One, two.
Hey, good morning, Jonathan.
I'm going to be joining virtual for my extension request.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. It's September 26th, and we're starting our planning board meeting. The first item this morning is adoption of resolutions. We have one, the Burtonsville Elementary School Forest Conservation Plan, F 2024-0140, MCPB number 24-080. All board members can vote except Mr. Bartley, who wasn't here on that day. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the Forest Conservation Plan.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. And next, under other preliminary matters, we have a corrected resolution for 8676 Georgia Avenue, sketch plan number 32023060, and preliminary plan number 12023010, MCPB number 24-065 and 24-066. And the board, all board members except Mr. Bartley also can vote on this. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the corrected resolution.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0. And now we will vote on our record plats, where all board members can vote on. The first is subdivision plat number 2-2024-1010, Greenwich Forest. And the second is subdivision plat number 2-2025-0080, Chevy Chase Terrace, where both staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the subdivision plat.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. One, just out of curiosity here, one says 2025, there are subdivision plats, number 2025? I'm just out of curiosity.
2-2025-0080, the Chevy Chase Terrace.
We can come back to that.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm real sure Mr. Beatty can answer that question, and I see him right here, so I'm going to call on him.
Good morning. For the record,
Yeah.
I'm Jay Beatty from
Yes.
the IRC division. I'm sorry, what was the question? Was it about the number 2025?
Yes.
Yeah, we go by fiscal years.
Okay, great, great.
And
Okay,
that's-
great. Thank you so much.
In-
Yeah,
In July 1st, we start numbering all our regulatory plans with the new fiscal
perfect.
year.
Thank you for that confirmation. So we're good. Thank you.
I told you he could do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next is the regulatory extension requests. We have 5 this morning. We'll vote for all of them in one vote. The first is Sycamore Acres Administrative Subdivision Plan number 620240170 and Forest Conservation Plan number F20240550, extension request number 2. The second is Sheriffia Congregations Preliminary Plan Amendment number 12006-056A, Regulatory Review Extension Request number 1. The third is 16998 Overhill Road, Preliminary Plan number 120240060, Extension Request number 3. The fourth is Bradley Hills 5315 Goldsboro Road, Administrative Subdivision Plan number 620240130, and Forest Conservation Plan number F20240640, Regulatory Extension Request number 2. And the last is Colesville Gardens Administrative Subdivision Plan number 620230160, Regulatory Extension Request number 3. All 5, staff is recommending approval of the extension requests. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the extension requests.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. And next, we're on our roundtable discussion with both of our deputy directors this morning, presenting Bridget Broyer and Robert Cronenberg.
Good morning. Thank you. Bridget Breuer, Acting Deputy Director, and I'm here with Robert Cronenberg. We're filling in for Jason today for a quick update for the board on a couple highlights. We wanted to update you on the Attainable Housing Strategies listening sessions and also introduce you to some of our new fall interns for the department. So Last night was the last of the in-person listening sessions. We held it at the BCC auditorium. It was a packed house. Wanted to thank Chair Harris and members of the planning board for attending these sessions. We've heard from hundreds of people over the last few weeks. There is one more listening session scheduled for October 2nd at noon. It's an all virtual session hosted on Zoom. There's more information on the County Council's website at montgomerycountymd.gov/council/resources/attainable housing strategies. And there's a way for residents to leave comments on that webpage as well. But these are just a few of the photos. We've been in Silver Spring, the Wheaton Community Rec Center, White Oak, Germantown, and then last night was Bethesda Chevy Chase. And I wanted to give Robert a chance to provide any comments.
Good morning. And so Bridget and I have attended a number of the sessions along with Chair Harris and Director Sartori. And we have heard quite a bit from, both positive, some not so positive items that have come up. But I think this has been a great opportunity for the public in a wide variety and region-wide throughout the county to provide feedback. And that was what was intended, and I think that, I would say that was successful. And we'll be able to go through all the comments as we move ahead. And one more virtual session, so I'm sure we're going to hear more there as well. But it's been very positive, I think, in terms of the outreach and the engagement that we've been doing as well, and the council, too.
Well, I would also say that, thank you for giving the board an update. It was very, very good. I just wanted to tell you, the purpose was to hear from the residents, right? Many of the residents thought that the decisions had already been made by the council. That is absolutely not true. The goal of all of the listening sessions was to get feedback from the council from the residents to inform what the council does next. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question? Robert, you mentioned that you heard a lot of comments and you're going to get what is the process? Are we just hearing, or are we going to respond to those comments? Either us or council. I understand these are the council hearing. I'm just wondering that what is the process for the responses to the comments? Is it just to hear from them, or are we going to actually provide some responses, written responses to those comments?
Thanks for the question. My understanding is the council will be handling that. But I think what this does is helps inform the council of people's concerns, but also my understanding is that all the comments will be grouped, they'll be cataloged, and I believe they'll be responded to, or at least discussed through the various sessions, depending on how the council wants to proceed.
I have an idea. You could take it, you could drop it. I don't know, but I'm just saying that there is maybe a lot of misunderstanding about what is actually being proposed. I do not know that, or you may have it because I have seen that you have some fact sheets. I was wondering that if based on what we heard and based on what we believe that it may be some misunderstanding, can we provide some fact sheets? For example, say that we heard this, but the fact is that. So just a fact sheet based on the misunderstanding of how people perceive of this AHS. We just have that fact sheet and post it for our own sake, that this is right now the proposal by the planning board. But that doesn't mean that this is what would be approved by the council, but this is what the actual proposal by planning board is that is on the table, and the final decision would be made by planning board, but at least we provide facts.
Great comment. I think we've already started doing that. We had, and thanks to Bridget and the communications department, put together a sheet that was distributed at the various sessions that outlined what attainable housing strategies is, and but I think to your point, maybe what it's not. but also kind of here's some of what we heard.
Yes.
And then here is responses that either agrees with that or says, or corrects the, for the record, in terms of how we move ahead. But yes, I think
Yeah,
that's a
I
great
think
idea.
that would be really helpful that people, because what they heard, but what is actually, I guess, written in front of them to see that, and then the discrepancies, that may help.
And to follow up with that, I believe, both Director Sartori, Chair Harris, and Council President Friedson did make some statements during the sessions to, make sure the record was correct. But I think following up on that is a great idea.
Thank you.
I did want to jump into, and just, I want to give the staff a lot of credit of the planning department as well as Councilmember Friedsen's staff for that matter for setting these up and having the dedication to providing factual information and true information to the public and making a lot of commitment to making sure that they have the information in front of them to provide them, factual background and fundamental, information on what we're trying to do. There's been a lot of late nights, and I'm not going to mention anyone specifically, but I'm going to send a nice basket to Lisa Gavoni at some point with some maybe like flowers or chocolates or something. There's been a lot of dedication on behalf of the staff and Director Sartori, and I think Councilmember Friedsen's office to providing people the information that they need to make informed decision on that. Whether there's acceptance of that or not is a different story, but we have done, and I think gone above and beyond on communication, on providing factual information, on providing as much access as humanly possible to this. I've gone to now 3 of the listening sessions and we'll probably be on the virtual one. We've gone to every citizens association and community association that I think has asked us to. We have more scheduled now. We've been doing this. We've been doing that communication now for several months, upwards of a year, I think. Several years on working on the project. I just want to commend the staff and everybody for their transparency and providing, factual-based information for folks that need it and want it. And so I think they've done a wonderful job about that. I just want to give some kudos to everybody, not to call out anyone individually, Lisa, but everyone's done a wonderful job. So thanks so much. Appreciate that.
Well said, well said.
Yeah, absolutely. Second everything that both Commissioner Pettaway and Commissioner Hedrick have said. And I also just wanted to, I'm really glad that the council has helped to organize these sessions. I think it's been useful in a lot of ways, but I think it also underscores the challenge of what it actually means to do community engagement. I don't think it's a shocker to anyone in this room that many of these listening sessions are not particularly representative of the broader community. And to the extent that there has been kind of voices on various sides of this and concerns, fears, support, those are all important to hear. But just, I think it was maybe just last week, we heard a very good example of what a community engagement public outreach campaign was from our really talented, hardworking staff in parks with I think it was the Long Branch series of parks over several years. And planning staff does a great job with that as well. Community engagement is hard. It takes a lot of resources to reach people who typically don't come out. But listening sessions, and again, I want to say that I'm glad that these happened, and I think they underscore Commissioner Hedrick's point that we've gone above and beyond over the past several years to gather feedback. But I think listening sessions are also the exact type of format that tends to attract people who have the disposable time, people who typically are homeowners rather than renters, people who are typically more affluent, and just not as diverse a group as we would see kind of throughout the county. So I just wanted to point that out, and that many of these recommendations are trying to speak to the whole county, and specifically to people who don't currently own homes. And so it's important to hear from everyone, but we need to think about community engagement a little more holistically, and I hope that council, as they move forward, can look at the feedback from the listening sessions as one piece of a much broader engagement picture, and that we can also help them, and staff can continue to help them kind of put that puzzle together to figure out what the broader what the broader support looks like. So, but yeah, thanks again to staff. It's been a marathon for sure. So really appreciate all the hard work all of you have done.
Thank you so much for the comments. Now we'll go into welcoming our fall interns. We wanted to introduce some members of, actually, these are all of our fall interns for the department. I'd like to introduce Ebenezer Amangwa. He's here in the front row. Ebenezer, thank you. He's a graduate research assistant with the Research and Strategic Projects Division. He's pursuing a master's degree in community planning at the University of Maryland, College Park. He earned his bachelor's degree in land management at the University for Development Studies in Ghana and was an estate officer with Ghana's Food and Drugs Authority before coming to the United States for his graduate studies. Throughout his time at Maryland, he has completed class projects, analyzing traffic data and transit service, conducted research at UMD's Stormwater Infrastructure, Resilience, and Justice Lab, and volunteered at a community listening session for the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. Welcome, Ebenezer. Next, I'd like to introduce you to Karan Fahmy. She'll be working in the director's office assisting with the incentive zoning update as well as preparation of the anticipated attainable housing strategies pattern book. She's pursuing a master's degree in community planning at the University of Maryland. She's previously worked for architectural firms and nonprofits in Bangladesh, exploring themes such as community planning, spatial justice, affordable housing, and informal settlements and placemaking. Welcome, Fahmy. The next intern we'd like to introduce you to is Tara Goldstein. She's with the Communications Division. She's a senior at the University of Maryland, College Park, pursuing a double major in journalism and criminal justice. She has completed writing and reporting internships with the Laurel Independent and Montgomery Community Media. She's also written for the university's student newspaper, The Diamondback, and has managed social media content for campus organizations. And she hopes one day to move to Paris and pursue her passions in communications and social media. Welcome, Tara. Robert?
So Bridget, when you say fall interns, what is the duration?
The duration, usually it typically starts the fall internship in late August, beginning of September until the end of the calendar year is usually for the
Like
fall.
about 6 months.
4
months?
9. It's
Yes.
closer to 9 months.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
And so we have 2 more fall interns, Jalen Robinson with our Up-County Division, and Jalen is a graduate student working with the Up-County Division. Jalen is a recent graduate of Morgan State University with a bachelor's degree in architecture and environmental planning. His passions include designing buildings, landscapes, communities, and environments, and he aspires to be a great architectural designer who impacts hearts and minds by helping create spaces that evoke connectedness. Jalen is furthering his studies at the University of Maryland Graduate School and plans to attain his master's degree in architecture with a certificate in urban design. Please welcome and join me in welcoming Jalen. I don't think Jalen's here.
Yeah, welcome our fall interns, a variety across all different groups. So there's Ebenezer, Kyron, Tara, Jalen, and Aaron. So welcome all of our fall interns. We hope you have a great time here. You'll always be learning, and I hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you.
Thank you. And just so the board, just to let the board know, this is typically an annual fall internship that we have with the University of Maryland. And we start working on this probably in March to see who we can get to come be interns and have that internship program with us. So we were able to get 5 this year, which is fantastic, and they do some really good work with our teams, and we're excited to have them here.
Just one last note to mark your calendars. I know you know about these, but we wanted to let the at-home viewing audience know too. The Damascus Placemaking Festival is October 19th and 20th. We'll be shutting down one part of Main Street, and the Up-County team has been working really hard with key stakeholders to re-envision how Main Street has the potential to be a vibrant community destination. So you're all invited to attend that. And then, I hope you don't mind, Chair Harris, I just wanted to give a plug for your last speaker series event. The second session was held last week. It was very successful and featured great panelists from Arlington, Virginia, St. Paul, Minnesota, and Oregon to discuss their jurisdictions' experiences with developing and implementing zoning changes to allow for more housing types in single-family zones. All of those sessions are online. You can watch them at your leisure. The third and final speaker series event is October 17th, right here in the auditorium from 5:30 to 7:30. The focus of this will be on practitioners panel, implementation success, and areas of focus. with Bob Young from Young Group, Rosie Hepner, Vice President ULI, Terwillinger Center for Housing, and Tony Perez from Opticos. So that'll be a great event. And with that, we'll take any other questions or comments, but that's the director's report.
Yeah, any questions or comments? Well, I just want to say thank you for your presentation. We all look forward to the Damascus Placemaking Festival. I went to the kickoff of that several months ago, and just really excited about what the planning staff will unveil. You know, so thank you so much. And the last speaker series event is on October 17th. They've been wonderfully attended and so much practical information. So I hope everyone could attend the last one. So thank you so much. And we'll take a 3-minute break and then start our item number 5, fiscal year 26 operating budget overview. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 5, fiscal year 26 operating budget overview. And this morning we have Ms. Terry Charles, the CAS Budget Director, presenting. Welcome, and we're happy to have you here this morning.
Thank you. And good morning.
Yeah.
As you have indicated, I'm before you to share the outlook for the FY26 budget and beyond. This presentation reflects my attempt to update the previous analytical model and its presentation materials. As seen here, this slide provides the content of this overview presentation. It's going to include a brief discussion of the timelines, 3 key trends, and the review of the outlook, including revenue and expenditure estimates, and the budget strategy based on the financial condition. Starting first here with the slide, this is just a reminder of the overall budget development and adoption timeline. As noted here, your review of development will get underway in earnest next month with work sessions scheduled for the 10th for the CAS budgets, followed by planning and parts on the 24th. Final planning board approval for the FY26 budget will be sought on November 21st, and the commission's approval will be sought on December 18th to meet the submission requirements to the county exec and councils by January 15th. Now moving to some key trends. First up is the anticipated growth in the assessable base. As shown here, we continue to experience solid but modest growth. Hence, we maintain the assumption for FY26 of around 3%. This next slide shows the property tax rate trend. As you know, the council sets the tax rate, and as shown here, the park fund rate has seen some volatility. The FY25 rate was reduced by 7%, much like what occurred in FY22, and we will need minimally the same kind of rebounding response provided in FY23, which was a 10% increase. Our model actually suggests that an increase of nearly 14% is needed, or 6.86 cents. The admin fund rate, as you can see, has been a little bit more stable, with the rate being reduced in FY25 by 3.8%. Slide 6 shows the expenditure trends. Between FY21 and FY24, the administrative expenses increased a total of 23.3%, with the last year, meaning the change between 23 and 24, currently estimated at 3.4%, or an increase of $1.25 million. Using that estimate, the current budget provides for a 7.8% increase over what we believe will be the FY24 closeout numbers. Although similar overall growth in the park fund expenses for that same period, meaning FY21 through 24, was 21.5%, the last year-over increase estimated for the park fund is a little bit higher than what was seen in the admin fund. It was 4.3%, or an increase year over year of $5.3 million. And so their current budget only provides for a 1.8% increase over what we believe will be the final numbers for FY24. Now let's move on to the budget outlook as based on the model that was updated. First, we'll start with revenue. This slide displays the anticipated growth in the available tax revenue for both funds when you use a 3% growth rate in the assessable base and you assume no change in the FY25 tax rates. So the administrative fund, with those assumptions, will see an additional $1.2 million, which compares favorably, if you will, to what their expenditure growth was within FY24. The park fund will see an increase of $3.6 million, again with no change in the tax rate. that will not cover the growth that they just experienced in FY '24. Now let's begin to talk about some of our typical internal cost pressures. The first one we'll talk about is the anticipated cost for group insurance plans. It is projected to increase in the aggregate by 12.9% over FY 2025. The increase is specifically attributed to the medical and prescription plans. The cost drivers include medical inflation trends, increased utilization, and prescription drug specialty spend, which you just had a briefing noting some of those things. Shown here are the resulting estimated cost increases for both the admin and the park fund. As you can see, the admin fund is expected to increase almost by $600,000, taking them from what currently is $4.4 million to just shy of $5 million. And the park fund is estimated to increase by $1.9 million, taking them from $14.8 million that we have in FY '25 to $16.7 million. The next internal cost to discuss is the estimated cost for our OPEB. Bolton, the consultant, is scheduled to present to the 115 Trust Board in October and the Commission in November, and is anticipated that the FY '26 contribution will include a 4.04% increase in the normal cost, but that will be offset by a reduction of $1.6 million in the amortized additional contribution, which is estimated for FY '26 to be $7.4 million, down from the $9 million we are expending in FY '25. As a result, both funds' total cost is estimated as shown here to be $2 million for admin and $7 million in park. So we are not anticipating an increase, and it won't be a large reduction either. It's pretty much going to be the same year over year, if the early estimates from Bolton hold.
So just quickly, just for the board's information, could you just explain again what is all in OPEB? Okay, explain what that category includes, just for.
OPEB is how the commission provides the retiree health benefits. And so there's two pieces to how the contribution is determined. There's a piece that basically has us pay it in pay-go, meaning, you try to match the contribution to what is actually going out in benefit payments in a given year. And then we also look to pre-fund this long-term liability. And so those are the two components of what creates the total employer contribution.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask a question? So OPEB is actually the post-benefit for the employees, so includes health benefit or other things. We just said that the health benefit has increased by 13% for the regular employees that we have there. That is one of the pressure for our budget. I'm just a little bit, I don't understand that what happened to that here, because if we have 13% increase in health benefit, that would also increase the benefit for OPEB. But you just said that it is flat and you don't see any increase. Just one thing that I know when I was at the department, we always had, and I'm hoping that we could work that this OPEB number, at least some kind of estimate, to be given to departments early enough that they don't get surprised by their budget. So if we just say right now that there is no change, and then it comes later on that it is either increase, or especially if it is they have to decrease their budget to cover it up, that makes it a little bit challenging for them to do. So I know that it is difficult to estimate. I don't understand the reasons behind it. So I do not know if you could explain to us that why it is difficult. I know because it's based on actuarial and other things, it makes it difficult for you to do it early enough. So is that possible that we could give an estimate to the department early enough? And also that how come for the employees, the health benefit increased 13%, but we don't show it in here?
So what I will say is that I will go back to the principal who works with the consultant and just ensure that their estimate of normal costs does reflect the increase we're seeing on the other side with the, basically the actives, the 12.9%, and just make sure that the normal cost, which again, in the current estimate that I'm working from was 4%. I will make sure again that it does reflect the latter data to you know,
Okay.
confirm what you're suggesting. I totally understand.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. And could you also, I do not know, I'm sure you do. I see that the departments are sitting here. I do not know exactly when is a good time that we could give them some kind of approximate that what the actual OPEB is, that they don't get surprised at the very late in their budget that they have to change their estimate to cover the OPEB, because OPEB has to be covered. And that means that they have to come up with some other places cut in their budget. And, you know, I guess that I do not know when is a good time for them, but I'm hoping that you work with them to get that estimate to them in a timely manner.
And in fact, you are bringing up that the early estimates are owed to the department, and the expectation is that we will get them out before the end of this week.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And then, of course, as this data becomes, the updated valuations become public, if you will, then we'll make whatever adjustments are required.
I appreciate
in
that.
October.
Thank you.
The next cost that will be discussed is the estimated cost for the retirement plan. Again, our consultant, Sharon, is expected to provide the new actuarial valuation the third week in October, with the presentation to the board in November. So this model is using the previous valuations expectations for FY26 that at this time just reflects a minimal increase in the employer contribution to $35.6 million. And as a result, both funds' total costs will remain roughly $3.6 million in the admin fund and $10.7 million in the park fund. As you will recall, the plan's costs recently experienced a significant increase from $28.3 million to the recently paid $35.5 million for FY25. So although we know that the estimate being shared right now is going to change, we remain most hopeful that it will be just a minor adjustment and not what we just experienced in putting together the FY25 budget. This next slide covers the projections for our employee compensation, and it's shown here. We have included nearly $7.7 million as broken down with basically 2.2 in the admin fund and 5.5 for the park fund.
Can I ask you a question here? I do not know if you can do that because, but I'm gonna ask. Because you have the, still, I guess you're gonna go through the negotiations for the increase with the union. Is that possible that this 7.7 billion be broken out, that how much it is employee compensation, how much it is health benefit, how much it is OPEB or other things? Because you had all of those things that we have. I'm wondering that if that could be broken down.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You will see the major components with the associated expenses associated with it. But this 7.7 is just compensation. It's not the benefit aspect of
Oh,
it.
this is just
So
the
this would be
compensation?
like the salary marker, the reference to a salary marker.
Oh, okay.
Just quick on your, the retirement increase. I don't know if Acting Executive Director Bill Spencer will remember, but I thought we tried to test, remember we, toward the end or in the spring, I may be wrong, but you can correct me, we tried to see if we can lower that 35 million number or because, and we asked them to do a test then on the retirement money we would have to put out, and I thought they were saying that it wasn't going to lower, and it may even increase. So I just want to make sure, you know, it's the number will probably be. I thought they were implying it could possibly be higher than 35 million. So just want to put that out there that there's going to be some stress around that number, not physical stress, but stress in terms of that actual number. So I would not be optimistic that the number is going to go down. Okay.
Yeah, we'll go back to
Okay.
and review that report.
Okay.
This next slide speaks to costs associated with CIP, and again, this is reflective in the park fund. As shown here, the model includes includes a total of 9.5 million for FY26. As a year-over-year increase, it provides for an additional 500,000 related to OBI. Pay-go transfer remains unchanged, and the debt service in a year-over-year comparison is about 733,000. And as you see here, that is based on the existing obligation as well as the assumption of a $12 million bond issue during FY26.
Is it the assumption of the 12 million bond issuance, is that some feedback from Parks that they're going to ask for a new, I know last year they did 8 million. We got approved. We went out and to the bond agencies, rating agencies, and got 8 million approved. But Parks is thinking that they will need another 12 million for this year? Or?
Actually, the 12 million is just based on the upper end of what we would be able to put to market, and I'm awaiting from the capital program their actual expectations with regard to cash flow needs and the expectation of the bond issuance.
Okay, great.
So Mr. Peel has said that he'll be getting me that information shortly.
Okay, thank you.
So this next slide just provides you a combined view of the major cost changes at this point. This aggregated amount totals to 12.7 million, which is quite comparable to what was shared last year at this time. Of course, the changes are that we are expecting health insurance to be a much higher increase than what was shown last year. And again, as we noted, we're hoping that we'll also find ourselves in a more favorable position in comparison to last year for OPEB and retirement. Compensation is largely the same as what was presented last year, and the CIP-related costs are a bit more favorable if you were looking at this year over year, just simply because the park fund was able to take advantage of pre-funding in support of the debt service.
Could you explain what is the major known commitments? What is included in that?
I would, unfortunately, I don't have my support, but there is a how I want to say, we worked, meaning Nancy and Karen and myself worked to present to the county a listing of the major known components, and so this is a proportion of what was submitted to them. So I can get you the more specifics as to what this entails, but it is a proportion of what we submitted to
Yeah,
the
it's a
county.
good number, and it's, you know, you have all the other components, so I really don't know what is included in that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can, like I said, do an addendum and just kind of give you a sense of what is captured within that numbers, those numbers. This next slide is just speaking to the fact that it is expected that the county will continue to encounter revenue challenges and that FY26 will be a tight year based on total resources available for agency spending. And literally the second bullet is lifted from a conversation I had with their budget manager. This next slide presents the current outlook for the administration fund for FY26. As you can see, this fund is actually positioned to sustain itself without a tax rate increase. Although the estimated increase in expenditures as shown here is $2.4 million, which is a 5.5% increase over FY25, it exceeds the anticipated growth in revenues by almost $1.3 million. The fund has enough fund balance to cushion the gap and maintain the 3% reserve amount of nearly $1.4 million. Again, you can see that coming out of FY24, we will have $7.2 million, and then the next bullet point, if you will, brings it down to $5.1 million. That's what's expected to be drawn down during the current year, which then again still leaves enough funds to, if the tax rate were to remain at the 1.98 that it is right now. But it would leave us at the end of FY26 with the 1.4. This next slide presents the current outlook for the park fund for FY26. And unlike the admin fund, this fund is not positioned to sustain itself and will require a tax rate increase that goes beyond just restoring the 7.4% reduction that we experienced in FY25. As you can see here, the fund expenditures are projected to increase $9.6 million, which is 6.6% over FY25. Also as shown here, the park fund is expected to nearly exhaust all of the undesignated reserves in the current year. Hence, this places greater pressure on the needs for an additional tax revenue for FY26.
Could you explain what you mean by projected ending fund balance? The chart that you have at the end, is that the money that it's not spent for the departments?
Mm-hmm. And in the park fund?
End of the year, is it the end of the year fund balance?
Correct, correct. That is what that is representing, and this is the preliminary estimate that we will come out of FY24 when the books are audited with almost just shy of $15 million sitting as a beginning fund balance for FY25. But again, the tax rate for the park fund was reduced by 7% in our approved FY25 budget. So they totally expected to make use of that reserve to be able to close the books out in the current year, at the end of the current year.
So the $4,532,000 that you show there, that is the FY. I do not really understand the numbers in here. I'm just trying to figure out that when you say that park fund has a shortage of $9.6 million, are you going to use the ending fund balance to offset that 9.6 from you just subtract the 4.5 million from 9.6, and you said that the shortage is the difference between these two numbers. I don't understand why we are using the ending fund balance for the shortage that we have here.
What this is trying to demonstrate is the fact that there actually won't be any available funding sitting in the fund balance for FY '26, because we're expecting to come out of the current year at around 4.7. And then when you move forward to FY '26 and you have to put in place the 3% operating reserve, that is estimated to be at the almost 4.4. So you see that what we're anticipating ending the year with will just provide the required reserve. So there will be nothing to support operations, which are being estimated right now at 9.6 million. And again, if the tax rate for FY '26 stays unchanged, we're only anticipating, I think it was 3.8 or 3.6 million. So that leaves that gap of we're going to have new expenses of 9.6, but we're only going to generate less than 4 million.
I understand, yeah. And then that's the time. Okay, thank you.
So this next slide here just speaks to kind of what we've just discussed. Again, the admin fund is positioned is expected to be positioned that it will have fund balance available to support its operations in FY '26, but the reverse holds true for the park fund. And then this next slide is the longer view of the administrative fund. So again, we could sustain our operations with no rate increase in FY '26, but thereafter, we really are going to need to minimally have a 5% annual rate increases to remain fiscally stable. And then when we look at the park fund in the same way, as already stated, we know that there is a need for a substantive tax rate increase in FY '26, and then thereafter, again, this fund, in order to keep pace with the anticipated growth in operations, would similarly need to have its tax rate increase annually at about 4%. So with that, I think we're at the point where there's more discussion. And again, the attachments are actually the snapshots so that you can see the rolled up figures with regard to the two funds. It gives you a sense of the actual numbers in terms of total revenues versus total expenditures. And then the second page just gives you a sense of some of the major assumptions that are being used to create the numbers you're seeing in the summary.
Yeah, thank you for this analysis. To me, the next step is to work with the various departments to confirm your assumptions, because now they're going into creating their budgets, and so to see if your assumptions are consistent with their actuals now, and so that they can figure out what to do or maybe make whatever adjustments we need to make. But this is really good to show where there are challenges, and I just reiterate, please, I know you will work with the departments to make sure that we come up with some budgets that we can live with, that are realistic. So those are my comments. The board?
I have a comment.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Ms. Charles, for your presentation, and thank you for breaking it down slide by slide, item by item. I think you did an effective job in communicating us the budget. One of the tough jobs in your position is communicating the numbers that you're not responsible for. And it's the economic environment, and as projects increase and as we gain more experienced employees who are deserving of salary increases and raises, the budget changes. And as programs expire and funding sources expires, the strain on the budget is no fault of your own, and you're in a tough position of communicating difficult numbers to us. And so thank you for your efforts.
Yeah, and you will update, as we talked about, we're putting in the actual medical benefit increases, right? Because you assume one place 4%, but it actually increased to what, 12.9 or something like, I'm not sure.
So the health one is as accurate as I think we're gonna get it, and that's the 12.9.
Right.
But we are awaiting the updated valuations associated with the OPEB and the retirement plans.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Just a couple on the things, and we may not need to go over it now, but I do want to look at a couple of line items that are in the attachments. One is the transfers to the special revenue fund. If we could get a little bit more information on that and why that's changing and why that is, sort of what the special revenue fund transfer out that we're getting, and we're seeing it doubling in FY28. And then additionally, in expenditures by type, we have a lot under other services and charges, and that is increasing percentage-wise over the time period provided in here, probably the most. It's going up approximately a little less than 5 million on a base of 7.8. What is underneath that, other services and charges? What is driving the increase in costs there, the increase in expenditures there that's sort of underneath that particular line item? And that's the slide 23, the summary statement of revenues, expenditures, and change in fund balance. So between that one and the special revenue fund, if we could come back with a little bit more information on that as well.
Will do.
Yeah, and just on that same page, one other thing, just could you explain again the chargebacks, just so everyone knows what is charged back to what? So it's like on 23, slide 23.
Chargebacks reflect the relationship, reflects a relationship where there's agreement that an expense is going to be shared at a certain proportion, if you will.
Right.
And so it is that agreement between the two departments that we have to then match, that again they're going to pay and the other one's going to receive, kind of thing. So
yep.
The chargeback is usually the CIS services that is done for the departments, and based on the agreement that Terry just talked about, they charge back to the department, like legal services, HR services, and other things. That's what it. And also the same thing for CIP, that chargeback is used for the capital improvement also, because they charge it back to the capital improvement program.
But it is but there's all these expenses, and the chargeback is a negative to an expense, which means lowers the expense, correct?
because you're going and matching the two. You're going to go get, it nets.
Right.
It will net at the end of the day.
It's a Peter Pan Paul situation, right? We've got it coming from the other thing, yeah.
And then on the bottom of that page, it talks about the CAS space needs in fiscal year 27, 28, not this coming year, but do you have, you can get back to us, but what those numbers are, like $500,000 a year?
Yes, I will need to get back to you, because I will be honest, sitting in front of you, I just rolled that one in the model. And I have not found the documentation that speaks to what it represents. But I didn't want to pull it out because, again.
Okay, so if you can
so I'll do some research to see what it is actually reflecting.
Just in that thing, is the ERP additional cost included? because they are requesting for $7.7 million more, 7 million something. So I'm wondering that, and I know some of it is existing, but we want to make sure that if those are included or not in this estimate.
Yes, yes, the expectation of the increase is embedded, but it is not being carried within the departmental lines.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Look forward to getting back to us with those answers, but really appreciate it, as Commissioner Bartley said, a lot of work goes into this and a lot of assumptions, and you laid it all out. Thank you so much. And we're going to take a 3-minute break, and then we'll start with our next item, which is item number 6, the reserves. Is it? Yeah, number 6 is the reserves at Strathmore Square, site plan number 8/2023-007A, public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, the Reserve at Strathmore Square Site Plan Amendment number 820230007A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This morning we have Emily Tettelbaum presenting this project. Emily's with the Planning Department. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Good morning, Planning Board. I'm here to present the Reserve at Strathmore Square Site Plan Amendment number 8/2023-007A. And staff is recommending approval with conditions of the site plan amendment. This amendment is before you today because conditions of approval are being changed. And as dictated in the zoning ordinance, planning board approval is required to change conditions of site plan approval. So you are all probably familiar with this property, Strathmore Square. It's outlined here in red. It's located in North Bethesda along Tuckerman Lane, adjacent to the Grosvenor-Strathmore Metro Station. It's across the street from the Music Center at Strathmore that's pictured here on the slide, and surrounded by low, mid, and high-rise condos and apartment buildings. Rock Creek Park is located to the east beyond all the nearby residential developments. And a closer look at the property here, it has 14.58 acre tract area. It's in the CR zone. It's within the boundary of the 2017 Grosvenor-Strathmore Metro Area Minor Master Plan. It's improved with the WMATA parking garage here, the Kiss and Ride, a surface parking lot on Lot 5, which is outlined here in blue, and this is the subject of the site plan amendment here, this area outlined in blue. And the property also has the completed first phase of the development, which is shown here. It was completed earlier this year. Phase 1 includes a lushly landscaped central park, which serves as the centerpiece of the development. And the first building of the project is also completed. This is building 3AB. It's one building, but separated into two masses with 220 dwelling units. We recently toured this project, and it really looks fantastic. We were thrilled with the quality of the architecture and the landscaping at this location. So I recommend that you check it out. So stepping back a little bit, here is the overall approval for Strathmore Square. The project has received sketch and preliminary plan approval for over 2 million square feet of residential development with over 2,000 dwelling units, in addition to over 315 square feet of commercial development. 5 Squares, the master developer of the project, has teamed up with the Strathmore Art Center to feature art in various aspects of the development. And the development also features abundant public open space, including the park that I just showed you in the picture, and a future dog park, and various other spaces scattered throughout the project. So now we'll move on to the site that is the subject of the site plan amendment. So again, here's the blue outline, the subject of the site plan here. The site plan for Building 5, a residential care facility, was approved in summer of last year. The building is between the WMATA garage here and the Central Park. The site plan included 166 independent living units, 110 assisted living or memory care beds, and up to 4,000 square feet of retail restaurant uses. And the site plan would also include the completion of the northern edge of the park here. Due to challenges with financing the approved 28-story building, which you see here on your left, the applicant submitted a site plan amendment to reduce the scale of the building with the goal of making the project more attractive to capital markets while retaining the same quality of architecture and landscape. The amendment proposal reduces the height of the building by 8 stories, removes 37 of the independent living units, and eliminates 32 parking spaces. The project's building lot termination requirement is also reduced due to the decrease in requested incentive density. And finally, the building elevations and the building's amenity roof are also updated to reflect the modified building program. So the applicant has met all the proper signage and noticing and submittal requirements, and we did not receive any correspondence about this amendment. So staff recommends approval of the site plan amendment with the conditions shown at the beginning of the staff report. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for your presentation. Would the applicant like to make any presentation?
There we go. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Steve Robbins, as you know, with the law firm of Lord Shirley and Brewer, here with my colleague Liz Rogers, also with Lord Shirley, representing Experience Senior Living, the applicant for the site plan. I just want to introduce our team. We have Bill Maggard here with Experience Senior Living, and to Bill's right is David Peterson with Bowman, or the project engineer. And then online we have representatives from Handel, the project architects. We really don't have anything to add. The staff has done an excellent job, as usual, in describing the changes that are being made. We really appreciate staff's effort on this, not only in the time that they took to work with the project, but also getting us to the board in a very timely way. Time is everything. And getting us, taking the project and getting us here and really in a timely fashion has been very much appreciated. We're excited to move forward with the project. This involves sort of a resizing of the project, but it still has the same quality as what's not only was approved before, but what's out there now. This is really a fantastic development, not only just this for Lot 5, but for 3A and 3B and what's going to be there in the future. This is really a magnificent project. So we're here to answer any questions, to hopefully receive our approval and then move forward and get this built. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. I have no questions. The staff did mention after touring the site that they thought it was beautiful. And so kudos to the development team, the architect, for your work making beautiful projects in the county and also completing your project. So no other questions for me, but please.
Just one or two questions real quick. With the conditions that we have under density and height, we had them, the language is a maximum of X or maximum of number of beds. I assume we have to come back to change those conditions to calculate the BLT and the bike parking spaces and things of that nature. I think that's reasonable. I hate to lose the beds and stuff, but I wanted to ensure that, I don't like losing the beds, and I don't necessarily think that the conditions have to come down if we need it, but I understand for calculating the BLTs and whatnot. Just for the applicant, I'm curious, it's obviously, from the staff report, it's a financing issue. You're going from, I think, 28 to 20 stories, if I'm remembering correctly. Is it construction style for the financing? What's the issue with the financing on that? Because we are losing out on some beds that we hope to,
We loved the original design.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. This revised design enables us to move it from paper to actually developing it. I think you may have seen in the news and including the Wall Street Journal articles about properties that are lying dormant because the disarray in the capital markets over the last 2 years. So getting anything done is very challenging. When 2 years ago, no one was even answering the phone at the banks. Now, and what we heard from the capital markets is, guys, it's beautiful, it's just too big for anybody. So the team has done a great job of, as staff pointed out, keeping the personality of this, the look, the feel. We have to appeal not only to prospective residents, but to what the capital markets are saying.
Mm-hmm. So it's capital market risk tolerance, essentially, for the size of the scale of the building.
Yeah, what the capital is willing to invest.
Interesting. Okay, my curiosity is, that's all I really had, but thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, I had a very similar question, but that's helpful context. I think we probably, it's something we expected, something along those lines. Just one follow-up on that, things are maybe starting to change slightly. I don't want to get, too far out over my skis. I don't fully understand exactly how, a drop in interest rates, for example, might impact the capital markets in the short term. But, without, we certainly don't want to, propose delaying projects for any reason if that makes it less viable. Do you, looking forward, maybe not even related to this project, maybe this is sort of a broader question, but do you anticipate the capital markets starting to open up a little bit in the near term? And, does that affect this project in a positive way? Does it affect other potential projects you have in the pipeline?
I would say that there's greater optimism now nationally about projects in the senior living sector. My colleagues were just attending a national conference on senior living, and there's more optimism, but the world has changed significantly from the irrational exuberance of 3 years ago.
Okay, gotcha.
So
Thanks.
to give the board a sense of the size of this project, not just the number of units, but the magnitude of cost, would you be open to just saying, this is how large this project is financially? Do you have a sense of?
Well, it's well over $200 million.
Okay, great. And then also, have construction costs stabilized over the past, I know during the pandemic, they were just going up significantly more than average per year. Have they stabilized, or have they gone down, or are they still going up at a more than inflation? Okay.
It's hard to answer. The rapid construction cost escalation, we're not experiencing that any longer, but various trades, depending on what's going on in the market, some are up, some are down. What capital markets like and developers like is a greater sense of predictability. So I think we're seeing that, and that's a positive.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, I just want to say that I remember when you brought the project originally, and you said this is going to be the tallest building, even taller than Bethesda in Montgomery County. And I look at it, and I was really blown away with all the design and everything you had done. And it was like an exemplary design work that I was looking forward to see it. When I saw it that you're cutting it down, I said, oh no, why? And I don't know that if it is because it's the senior living and the demand for senior living is less than the residential. So would you have done the same thing, cut it down, if it was not senior living and it was just residential? Or is it that too many of senior living, that there is not demand versus capital? I don't know, but I'm sorry that it's being reduced, but I do understand it. We want to have it done, and if you can get capital, you can get, but no.
I will let Bill answer the second part, for the record, Liz Rogers, but the one thing I would say to your first question about kind of cutting it down and being the tallest building is the overall Strathmore Square site plan calls for 2 signature buildings to have that tall height. So there's 3 buildings that are still left, and so they can still have that height. We couldn't have had all of them kind of have the 300 feet. So for the overall project, there's still an ability as the markets change to hopefully capture that height on a future phase. I don't know, Bill, if you can speak to whether or not this just being multifamily would have changed. I doubt it, but.
Yeah, I'm not a multifamily developer, so I really can't comment on that. But I can assure you that this had nothing to do with demand. We've done no marketing.
Okay.
Yet we have, if we don't have 24 deposits already, people call us and say, can we send you a check? And we're like, we don't even have a marketing trailer open. So it's not the demand.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering. Okay, thank you.
If there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval of the reserve at Strathmore Square site plan amendment number 82023007A?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the site plan amendment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we want you to get going. We need more housing in the county, so thank you. And we're just going to take a 1-minute break, so everyone could hold their places here, and we'll start with the next item, Bethesda Downtown Amenity Fund reallocation. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, Bethesda Downtown Amenity Fund reallocation, where staff is recommending approval of the reallocation. One second. And from the planning staff, we have Elza Heisel McCoy presenting this morning. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. McCoy.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Thanks for the welcome. My name's, for the record, Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief of Down County Planning. I'm here today to talk about the Bethesda Amenity Fund. I think the last time this came through, I think was a different board. So the zoning ordinance allows developers to meet their public open space requirement offsite either through direct construction or through payments. There was a development on Arlington Road called Zom Bethesda that elected to pursue this, and the planning board approved that, and they made a substantial financial contribution to meet their requirement. A couple of years ago, the board approved the allocation of those funds to the Parks Department for improvements along Caroline Freeland Park, and then a portion to the Bethesda Urban Partnership. During the pandemic, they had opened a streetery concept on Norfolk Avenue where the road was closed to vehicular traffic, and then folks could, would be able to eat on tables outside during the pandemic. After the pandemic, BUP undertook efforts to formalize that and make it more permanent. And I think for a variety of reasons, which are not sort of the specific focus of this request, that effort is no longer ongoing, and the DOT study is on hold. And so there were, BUP had begun to acquire furniture and do design and planning work for that. And so they have furniture and money left over. So BUP is working with the Parks Department to see about places to use that furniture in park space. And then the remaining about $175,000, BUP was looking to give back to the department, but the planning department doesn't. We spend money well internally, but we don't implement things. So it's the amenity fund dollars in some ways have been a challenge for us. And so we came to the conclusion that it's better to leave the money with BUP, who does so many great things for placemaking and improving public open space in downtown Bethesda. We consulted the Bethesda Downtown Plan Implementation Advisory Committee. They were in full support. So staff is recommending that the board allow the remaining funds to stay with BUP. They have a mural project they've been working on for a long time for the bridge over the Capitol Crescent Trail on Bradley Boulevard. That is, it's an expensive undertaking. It's not just the wall on the side of the building, it's the bridge over the street. And to allow them to use the funds for that and then other placemaking funds in downtown Bethesda. I believe, so that's what I've got for you. I'm happy to answer questions. I believe Jeff Burton, Executive Director of the Bethesda Urban Partnership, is online. I can't tell, but he was invited. So if he's here, he can also answer questions. So, awesome.
Thank you so much. Do the board members have questions or comments? Okay.
So this is about the remaining $175,000, or is it about more amenity fund that you're suggesting to be transferred to the BUP?
It's just the about $173,000 remaining from what was allocated to BUP.
Okay, but I was just wondering, I'm not talking about this $173,000, I understand that they have already some ideas, but I know that Parks Department is doing a lot of work around Capitol Crescent Trail or other amenities in Bethesda, that if there are amenity funds, I know that you have given it to them for Caroline Freeland or other things, and I do not know if there is a future or if there is any more money in the amenity fund that you're looking to be spent. I think that it would be good that Parks Department with BOPs, they find out that what are the projects and what are the priorities and what is the best thing that to spend the money on for the Bethesda. That's just the only comment I have.
Yeah, absolutely, I hear that. We're in excellent communication with park staff. There's the amenity fund is not an option. It's an expensive option. Not many folks take it. And so there are no other, just the ZOM Bethesda is the only project that was required to make the payment, and those monies have been dispersed. So I think were there to be future amenity fund payments, we would certainly be coordinating with the Parks Department to see if there were projects that would benefit from that.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed to see a streetery turned into a mural. It's not, I think, the best outcome and option. There's a benefit to placemaking for a streetery, I think, considerably over a mural under a bridge, which it could use it. That bridge could use it. They could use a touch-up. It's also moving it, I think, moving some of the placemaking from a denser, more active part of Bethesda to a slightly less southern active part of Bethesda where the Crapple Crescent Trail comes over there. Not that that's going to affect the approval of the reallocation, but I think to Commissioner Pettawim's point, like, were there other things considered? Was there a reason that the streetery, they decided not to do that? You said they were purchasing, materials, they were already purchasing, outdoor things. Like what are we getting the same $150,000 worth of value out of this that we would have gotten out of a streetery kind of thing is my only question. I think there's placemaking benefits. I mean, either one could be described as placemaking, but I think one has much more knock-on effect than I think the other one does. So, yeah, just kind of a little more coloring around the choices that were made there.
So, in a perfect world, we would be moving forward with the streetery. There was a lot of excitement. In addition to the board allocating amenity funds, there were staff time devoted to helping to make it happen. I think there was a lot of work that went into making that happen that in the end, for a variety of reasons, was not able to come to pass.
Yeah.
And so I think rather than wait for really an amount of time that would be hard to predict, I think the murals, and I think in other placemaking efforts that BUP undertakes in downtown Bethesda, I think bring a lot of life, a lot of excitement. There's a mural across from the new Safeway down at the end or at Arlington as you're heading towards Little Falls Parkway. That's beautiful. I think all of the work, the murals and efforts that BUP undertakes, bring a lot of life and joy to Bethesda. I think in a perfect world, we would not be here today, but
no, yeah, nothing's perfect. I think we're seeing, during the pandemic and particularly early, we took a lot of steps for making outdoor spaces more accessible, streeteries, closing down parkways, allowing people to go outside. And it seems that we're slowly retrenching backward from that. And I'm not entirely sure that's the best approach overall. I understand each one is individual, and we're not living in a perfect situation here. But I just question a little bit whether, we had amenity funds. There's not that much of it, and we are spending it on a mural considerably further away from sort of the center of where we want within Bethesda, to a project that did have a lot of had gone a long way. And that's the thing, there's no perfect option here, but I'm seeing with a lot of this some retrenchment from some benefit that we had for making spaces more accessible to people, to pedestrians, to things like that, where we do see vibrancy, economic development, and we seem to be retrenching from that. So something to think about as we go forward on some of these things.
May I provide a little more flavor to that as well? Because I think we saw the success of the streetery moving ahead, and we really wanted to see that continue, which is why the money was allocated there. One thing I would point out is that the murals came up primarily from the discussions of the 2017 Bethesda Master Plan, mainly because the master plan identified these blank spaces that were just dead spaces, and the murals were one way of trying to kind of liven those up a little bit. And the murals, just like the streeteries, do offer an opportunity for planning to interact with DOT, with BUP, who does a wonderful job in Bethesda for that, and some other agencies to really promote the arts and entertainment district that it is. So I'm not disagreeing that the streetery would have been a fantastic use of the money, but I think the murals and some of the other items, the art pieces that we see, do promote what the master plan intended, and we do look for other options as much as we can.
Yeah.
So thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Of just of the things that we can fund and the flexibility with which we have the amenity funds, are there, what other options could there have been for me doing as we're sort of moving ourselves forward? I do want to hope that we don't keep retrenching ourselves from some of this benefit that we've gotten out of expanding the accessibility for some of the public spaces that we have.
So, just a couple comments. So, sometimes, signage, if signage was part of that whole piece, I see, but my initial comment was, yeah, it's a lot for a mural. But what I like, if it's a mural and other things, and there's a process to, the BUPS has a process for doing this, like, they get bids, they whatever, and it's also for other potential things that come up, and there's a process for how they make decisions for, I don't know, maybe Mr. Burton can talk through this if you're in line, Mr. Burton, can you?
Yes, thank you, Chair. For the record, Jeff Burton, Executive Director of the Bethesda Urban Partnership. So yes, everything we do follows a process. Our specifically for any public art, we have a public call for artists process that goes out to the public. We usually limit it to artists within the DMV, but it goes through a very strict independent judging process. And so that's what we would do for any murals or art projects like one of the things we're thinking about using these funds for is intersection art at the intersection of Arlington and Bethesda Avenue. And so then also with any project that we would do, we go through a similar bidding process like county government does, where we solicit proposals from companies and weigh them based on cost and experience and all the options. So we would follow that process.
So is there, do you have how did the 150,000 come out? I mean, is just a guesstimate, or are you planning to use this for more than just one project? I mean, like how, what is?
We plan to use it. We plan to use it for more than one project. We do not know quite yet. We're just in the beginning stages of the bridge mural project. And it, based on some artists we have talked to, we have gotten a feedback that it's going to cost somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000. And then our intersection art project is going to be somewhere between $50,000 to $100,000, depending on materials and things that we use. So that's where we plan to use the money. But if we do not use all of the money, we will certainly collaborate with the park staff, planning staff, on what project we would do next.
Okay, and I'm in favor. I understand what Commissioner Hedrick and Mr. Pettaway said, and yes, ideally would have been better for placemaking. I'm in favor of using the money as proposed, as long as there's a process, right? And it's not just for one project. I'm in favor of that. Okay. Any other comments or questions?
One question for staff. This is maybe just tangentially related a little bit. So, last week we talked about planning's vision for shared streets, design guidelines for shared streets and different types. And, it was acknowledged in that meeting that, these won't be appropriate everywhere. There are kind of specific areas of the county and specific types of streets where this approach could really be great, and also kind of create the type of placemaking in those areas that can really enliven and also support local businesses and just kind of lead to more social activity and all those good things. And so we know, Norfolk Ave was one of those places, and it was included in the 2017 Downtown Bethesda plan. And I fully acknowledge, we're not living, as you mentioned, we're not living in a perfect world where we can move forward with that, right now, immediately. Even if we kind of retained this level of funding, there's probably other considerations that we need to, and other services that are needed to address making that successful. So that being said, I'm just kind of curious. So two questions. One, as we talked about, these kind of shared spaces they can take many different forms. And, to Commissioner Hedrick's point, like during the pandemic, Montgomery County, DC, almost every major city and county across the country instituted kind of a public permitting process to allow the private use of public right-of-way spaces. So this was most commonly like restaurants expanding seating or bars and things like that. Apparently, in Montgomery County, we've now pulled that back, or Department of Transportation has now pulled that back, and we're sort of back at the status quo before the pandemic. Does staff have any insight to why the county chose to pull back that program? Are there ongoing discussions around reinstituting it in any form or fashion? The long-term vision, to kind of bring it back specifically to Norfolk Ave, the long-term vision in the plan was, is a shared street, and that, again, that can take many forms. But it seems like a potential interim solution could be kind of at least returning to some usage of the public space through a permitting process. But obviously that's out of our purview, and that can only happen if the county decides to make that available again. So are there any conversations? Do we know why that was pulled back? Are there conversations around bringing that back?
I don't know the specific reasons why. I can guess that in some areas it might be a loss of revenue for parking, and that's not a reason for us to not advocate for that. But that might be one of the reasons. I think the permits were likely temporary in nature, so as they come up and reevaluate them, you might have some businesses that are questioning some of that in terms of the loading operations, the access to some of the spaces. We've seen it be very successful on Norfolk, and I think that was probably one of the best ones. One of the other ones, streets that I don't know that I'd completely call it a public street, but has been very successful, is Ellsworth in downtown Silver Spring. Has really kind of engaged that outdoor space being kind of the livable space for not only the restaurants, the tenants, but has become a very active street for skateboarders, for walkers, and everything. And so I think we do try to use some of these streets as examples of what's a good solution. But I don't have a direct answer for you, but I can definitely follow up and find out what the issues are.
Can I just say some of the answer to your question? Because at that time that you talk about, I was DPS director, and this is what I know. County executive at that time had a task force for streeteries that included the permitting services, included DOT, included all the urban districts, Bob, Silver Spring, and Wheaton, and some other agencies. And they were very actively working on these streeteries during the pandemic and also after pandemic. So it was all of these that it has ended up to be where it is now. In my opinion, because by the time I left, they were still working. It probably was as the result of the decisions by that task force based on the circumstances and policies, and they had police involved, they had fire safety involved. It was a lot of other things involved that we may not be aware of.
That's helpful context. I know these are complicated conversations. I would definitely, I think we would probably all benefit from getting some clarity into that. And acknowledging the sort of coordination challenges, some places have moved these from kind of pilot temporary things to more permanent programs, and maybe this is an opportunity to sort of also look to see what other places have managed to solve some of the coordination challenges around all these different needs and loading and, parking, of course. Some places now, not that it would be a full replacement for parking revenue, but of course, if you make this a permanent program, there would be permitting fees associated with that. Also, in theory, more business comes with that, with more kind of social activity. I think that there's a solid argument to be made that this is a very strong net positive in many places. So better understanding kind of the reasons, the challenges, like what the task force, may or may not have found. And then potentially, as we move forward with other, planning exercises, master plans, maybe with more information in hand, we can be a little bit more kind of specific and precise around which areas are appropriate for this and kind of and design guidelines to kind of feed into the Shared Street Initiative. So anyway, yeah, I'm okay with the transfer of funds, and but I think that this is very much like a broader conversation, and yeah, I look forward to
I'm
talking more
happy
about
to follow up with DPS and
Yeah,
DOT on
likewise.
that.
it. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
If there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion to approve the downtown Bethesda Amenity Fund reallocation, where staff is recommending approval of the reallocation?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the reallocation.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. And we'll just take a 1-minute break and go with item number 9, the Seasons Preliminary Plan number 1989-193A, and Forest Conservation Plan number F2024-0140. There's a preliminary plan, there's a Forest Conservation Plan, and staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 9, the Seasons Preliminary Plan Application Number 1989193A and Forest Conservation Plan Number F2024-0140, where staff is recommending approval with conditions on each. Good morning, and we have Mr. Taishan Gatling presenting this morning. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Saquon Gatling with Down County here for the Seasons Preliminary Plan Amendment and Forest Conservation Plan with numbers as described by the chair just now. In terms of location, this is located in downtown Bethesda, specifically 4710 Bethesda Avenue. We'll take a look closer here. With the subject property outlined in red, it's about just over half an acre in size with the zone as shown on the screen. However, we are reviewing it under the previous CBD1 zone per the section cited on the screen, which allows for that review so long as the floor area, height, and footprint are not increased, which we are not proposing with this application. In terms of context here, I will point out that the subject property is adjacent to the recently approved site plan and preliminary plan for 7126 Wisconsin Avenue mixed-use development, and it's just across Wisconsin Avenue from the Farm Women's Market, which received sketch plan approval previously from the board. The market itself is outlined in black, but the sketch plan site area is in blue outline. Also, we have the Capitol Crescent Trail not too far as well. In the 2017 Bethesda Downtown Master Plan. This is a few images looking closer at the subject property. On the left, we can see the Seasons, which has office and retail uses on the ground floor and second floor, which are the concentration of this application. Here on the right, we can see in the background, this is the bank building up the site for 20, for the previous application I mentioned adjacent to the property. We have the bike lane heading towards Bethesda Row to the right. In terms of prior approval, in the 60s, the building was originally built under the C2 zone, which has allowed the by right construction of the building. No site plan was required, so there's no site plan being amended today with this application. In the 90s, we received preliminary approval from the board for the site just to consolidate parcels, ending in a lot area just over 25,000 square feet and the creation of 247 dwelling units with the floor area as shown below. With the proposal, the lot area is staying the same. However, we're proposing conversion of 15,343 square feet and up to 18 multifamily units, which would bring the total to up to 265 dwelling units and up to 245,128 square feet of residential and 18,627 of non-residential space to remain on the first and second floors. In terms of MPDUs, this building was constructed before the MPDU requirement, and per DHCA, the applicant must enter into a payment agreement to pay the Housing Initiative Fund for the creation of up to 18 units. This is due to the proposal being less than 20 units. If the plan is amended to include 20 units or more, they would be required to provide MPDUs on site. In terms of forest conservation, there are no major environmental features on site or adjacent to the site. In terms of street trees, there are a few young trees that won't be impacted as there's no external disturbance. With that, there's a minimal afforestation requirement set to be met off-site, and all other Chapter 22A requirements are met as conditioned. We do have two updates to conditions of approval that occurred after the site staff report was posted. The first to conditional approval, number 2 to the preliminary plan, just adds the text shown in red here to add clarity to the APF agreement dated July 30th, 1990, which is being superseded with this application pending approval. We also recommend deletion of condition number 3, which cites replatting, which the applicant is not required to do because the site is already platted and no changes will be made there. With that, the preliminary plan amendment and forest conservation plan comply with all requirements and the zoning ordinance and the sector plan. All requirements have been met in terms of signage noticing. We have not received any correspondence from community, so we recommend approval of both plans with conditions and corrections as discussed today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gatling. Would this applicant like to make a presentation?
Good morning, Chair Harris and Planning Board Commissioners. Matt Gordon from the law firm of Selzer Gervich on behalf of the applicant, Landau and Company Management. Seated to my left is Judy Beach-Ullman from the applicant. And then also joining us online is my law partner, Bob Dalrymple, and I believe our civil engineer, Eric Tidd from CAS Engineering. We just wanted to say thank you to staff. We agree with all the conditions of approval and are happy to be here. Just one minor clarification in case the board is interested for historical context. The building does still have affordable units. Bob and David Landau, I think probably 20 plus years ago, did an alternative location agreement to put MPDUs from another building that they developed, that Landau developed in Bethesda. In that agreement, the covenants expired, but they've worked with DHCA through what they call a voluntary rental agreement, where they've continued to keep those tenants that were still in the MPDUs in the building. So there's still a number of MPDUs in the building that are, under this voluntary agreement. And then they, of course, would make a payment for these additional 18 units that would go towards the Housing Initiative Fund. But that's really all we have in case unless there's questions from the board, we're happy to answer those.
Great. Any questions or comments from the board?
No, I think it's good. Nice to see the office space be reused and repurposed. That's good.
Yeah, yep, great. Yeah, happy that you were able to get 18 additional units. One quick question. Given they're less than 20 units, out of curiosity, why do you have to pay a HIF payment?
I think it was 2016, 2008, a while ago when they amended the MPDU law, they created for projects with 11 and 19 units that there's a payment. And there actually was never, as far as my understanding, this will be the first rental project that was in between 11 and 19. So there was never even a fee. So we had to talk to DHCA, and they updated their regulations and came up with a formula to establish a fee for projects like this moving forward.
Great. And I know the focus is just on the second floor of the units. Are you making any other upgrades to the building just while you're doing the second floor, just out of curiosity?
I'll let Judy speak to kind of their general kind of plans for the building, but I know that they're constantly evaluating. They've got a couple buildings in Bethesda, and they're constantly improving them. But as part of this application, it's just converting the units, but they may have other plans in general. But I'm not aware of those.
So in our preliminary studies to convert the second floor to apartments, we are budgeting around $5 million to do that. Because if you think, the second floor offices, your main core is different. So we have to, all the plumbing will be new, a whole new mechanical system. Everything has to be reworked on the second floor. So it will be completely, gutted and renovated, and we plan to improve the balconies that surround that second floor. And we just recently completed a first floor renovation there of the Bethesda Avenue retail spaces. That was just a couple years ago.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, this sounds great. It sounds like you have other buildings in the downtown Bethesda area. We know these kind of conversions are super challenging for all the reasons you mentioned, and it's costly to kind of rearrange all those kind of the bones of a building and infrastructure. But in other buildings you have, are you seeking similar opportunities to do conversions where practical, where financially possible? Is that kind of on the horizon anywhere else?
So right now, I don't know if you're familiar with, we have an office building on the Triangle, 7910 Woodmont Avenue, which is called the Landau Building. Right now, it is under renovation to maintain to be an office building, but we're refurbishing the entire lobby. We're adding a gym, a second floor lounge, conference centers, and so forth. So that project is around $7 million once it's going to be ending. We have some other retail spaces in the area and so forth, but as far as anything converting to apartments, not at this time.
Okay, thanks.
Great. If no other questions or comments, do I have a motion to approve, so can we do this in one, or do we need two separate approvals? Okay, we have two separate approvals here. One to approve preliminary plan number 1/1989-193A, with, where staff is recommending approval with amended conditions.
Now I'll move to approve the preliminary plan amendment.
The second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. Do I have a motion for approval of Forest Conservation Plan F 2025-0140?
Move to approve the forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you, and we're looking forward to the completion of those new units. Thank you. We're just going to take absolutely 1 minute here and go to and go to our next item, number 10, fiscal year 25-30 biennial CIP/fiscal year 26 capital budget initial review, where Park staff is recommending approval of the proposed biennial CIP. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 10, fiscal year 25-30 biennial CIP/fiscal year 26 capital budget initial review, where the park staff is recommending approve the proposed biennial CIP. And this morning we have Mr. Ron Peel and Mr. Andy Frank with the Parks Department presenting. So welcome and look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. For the record, my name is Ron Peel. I'm the Capital Budget Manager for Montgomery Parks. Again, today we want to do a review, a biennial review of the adopted 25 through 30 CIP. The biennial review is our opportunity to kind of look back at the adopted CIP and see if any changes are warranted or need to be considered in this process. And I have a few slides that will kind of look at some of the things that we're proposing as part of the biennial review. But before that, I just want to take us a minute to talk a little bit about CIP versus capital budget, just to kind of level set. The CIP, again, is a 6-year plan of annual expenditures for investment in our physical infrastructure and our parks. And it is adopted every other year. In an even number year, it's usually adopted by the council in an even number year. And so for the recently adopted CIP, it totals $313 million, and again, was adopted by the council in May of 2024. As part of the adopted CIP, we have the capital budget, which is essentially a spending plan and an actual authorization for us to spend funds in a given fiscal year. For this particular review, it would pertain to fiscal year 26, which would start on July the 1st, 2025, and is totaled at $56 million. This is just a chart that kind of shows where the $313 million CIP, where the funding comes from, and also on the right side of the chart, the pie chart there just kind of shows how the money is distributed and spent. The thing to note here is, again, that about 2/3 or more than 2/3 of our capital program is geared towards renovation and maintenance, which I think kind of emphasizes the point that we made when we developed the CIP, which was that we put a big emphasis and focus on maintaining our aging infrastructure and our aging park system. This is just an illustration of that $313 million by source, funding source. So this is really what we wanted to kind of focus more on today, is the biennial review. And as part of this process, the biennial review is much less involved than the full adoption of the CIP. And in this instance here, we have no amendments that were made to the adopted, since the CIP was adopted in May of 2024. So essentially, we're looking at some of the typical kind of minor changes that we're going to be doing for this CIP, this biennial CIP, which will include update of FY24 closeout to PDFs. And we'll also talk a little bit about, when we get to the slide on the PDFs, how we will be updating the expenditure numbers for FY24 closeout.
Just to explain, PDF is project description forms. It's not PDF, so for the rest of the commissioners. Yeah.
Thank you, Mitra. And lastly, the real thing that's being proposed here as a change is the pending transfer of the Park Roads PDF. And we'll talk more about that in the next slide here. The Parks Road PDF transfer, if you will recall, came up when we were developing we were formulating the CIP, and it really looks to transfer the maintenance program for 3 park roads, which includes Sligo Creek Parkway, Little Falls Parkway, and Beach Drive. We have had numerous discussions and continuing discussions with Montgomery County Transportation and OMB, as well as council staff, to kind of help facilitate this. And what we discovered when we initially introduced it during the CIP formulation was that we needed more time to kind of, delve into updating the MOU and the finer points of what needs to be agreed upon and put into the MOU. So it was decided during that process that it made better sense and timing to kind of look at that and revisit as part of the biennial review. The expectation is that this would happen as part of the FY26 capital budget. Now, back to the project description forms, or PDF. Again, this is sort of a routine thing that happens during the biennial review of the CIP, where we go and just update the final expenditure numbers. In this case, it will be for FY24. There will be no narrative edits to the PDFs. And again, we expect to have the PDF transferred from Montgomery Transportation Department back to Parks for the roads maintenance program. That is it in a nutshell. It is a very simple proposal here. Again, the crux of our changes will be the sort of standard routine updating the PDFs with the year-end expenditure data for FY24, and continuing to work with the Transportation Department to execute and finalize that MOU to get that transferred as part of this process. Today's recommendation is really to just kind of lay that out there and to hear from the board in terms of any discuss any ideas or suggestions you may want us to go back and to consider before we come back for formal adoption on October the 17th, I believe. This is not a formal vote today, but just kind of, giving you a snapshot of what we're proposing as part of this biennial review. Questions?
Thank you so much. Any questions, comments from the board? I know our favorite friend, my favorite board member to my left has a question or comment, please.
Hi, Andy and Ron. This morning we had a presentation by the CES budget manager, and in one of her slides, she said that $12 million bond issuance for, I'm assuming that that's for Park CIP. That's as much as I can remember. We don't usually, as much as I remember, unless it has changed, we never go on each annual basis and ask for the bond issue. The bond issue usually happens every once in a while, maybe every 3 or 4 years. Depends on additional costs, because while we are bringing new projects, we have old projects that they retire, so we have capacity to do that. So I'm wondering that if this is biennial and we are not asking for additional increase to CIP, maybe there are some new projects that are coming into the construction. Have you coordinated with the budget manager in regard to $12 million? Because when you issue bond, that increase the debt service, then the debt service is increased, then that increase to our operating budget.
So yes, we have had some contact with the corporate budget director, and quite frankly, we're still fine tuning, those needs for. Even she asked for a sort of a 6-year plan for expenditures or projected expenditure for bonds and current revenue. We're still working those numbers. I don't think they're.
So Andy Frank, I head up the Park Development Division. I just wanted, so a few months ago, we were approached by CAS about the idea that they were going out for a bond issuance up in New York. And they did give us they did ask us for some scheduling information on various park refresher and other bond-related projects. And so we went through our schedule of projects, which many of them include these park refreshers. We've been increasing our implementation on those So they made a decision on timing and how much to ask for a bond issuance. I believe it was for both Montgomery County and Prince George's County, but our funding is based on the appropriation in the CIP. So there's no new appropriation. We're at the $8 million per year. It may be that over the last few years, there may have been some older money in there, and because we're increasing our implementation, we're catching up. So they decided to, but we don't make that decision. It was made out of CIS. And there's no change in the amount, and there's no new project.
Okay, I think that it would be good if you coordinate to see that if that is 12 million, because that's for Montgomery County. The presentation they gave it to us today just was for Montgomery County. So, just the basis
And
for
it may
the
have been a
bond
multi-year.
issuance because that would be very costly.
Okay,
Yes.
we'll check back with them.
Yeah, because that bottom line impacts the budget process that we have. The other question that I had is, I think it would be good, we have $313 million CIP for currently, but not all of it is GEO bond. So it's a good portion of that. It's like bonds and other things that we receive. When each year that we receive, because I'm sure that for this biannual, we have received additional, outside money that we receive. Don't we have to update those PDF to include in the amendment?
Yes, so we will be going through a process. So the timing of this is the Parks has to send over the biannual CIP November 1st, 2024. It's November 1st every single year. So we send that back. Yes, some of our money, in addition, we do seek out state aid as well as federal aid on grant programs and those sort of thing. And there are a few pending. Every single year, we go to the state legislature and we work with the delegation to create bond bills. That we will not know until the session ends in March, April timeframe. So of course it can't go into the November ask. Also, POS will be determined by coordination between the General Assembly and the governor. And as you guys are aware, may not be actively aware, but we had talked about it last cycle. The state budget put the amount for POS was significantly lower what was anticipated. So we had to go back in and do those adjustments. And also we have a federal grant that we're not sure whether it'll get to what's known as a grant agreement. That's for the RAISE grant. And if the RAISE grant does get to a grant agreement over this winter, we would expect to incorporate that. So the way this would work is we can only put forth what we know about right now, which from our perspective is no changes. And that'll go in November. But we did highlight in the memo that there are some pending categories that could adjust that. If the Parks Road transfer goes through, which we hope it does, that would come back from the county executive's recommended capital budget, which will come out on January 15th. And then of course, it goes to the county council. And the timeframe that goes to county council somewhat coincides with the timing that the General Assembly meets. And in that process, the General Assembly, we hope to get more information. So as the council finishes up, they will have some level of reconciliation. And the reason I say that is because it is possible that when the county executive issues his recommendation in January 15th, he may come out with a spending affordability PDF or other changes based on revenue projections and other things that are going on in the government. And we would have to respond to that. So we expect that January 15th we'll get this information in his budget. Hopefully and then we'll probably come back to you guys and tell you what what was in his recommended budget. And then it'll go through the council process. And we will probably, we will expect to hopefully come back to let you know, and then sometimes this happens through the chair, when we get our POS numbers and when we get our bond bill numbers, hopefully, we will incorporate all that. So once it goes to adoption in late May, we hope to have all those things included so that we don't have to do any kind of special appropriation.
Okay.
So there is more information coming.
No, that was very good. Thank you for doing that. So, for example, for FY25, that was last year, they all have been already included by the time that, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
that makes
that is
sense.
a sort of process. That's one thing that we
Okay.
try and highlight. This is gonna happen every single year. There's only we will only know part of the story November 1st. We'll say what we have, and then it'll continue to evolve, and we'll keep everybody updated.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I just have two questions here. Just for my information, if you go back to the sources there early, could you just explain, that there's, what's included in contributions? I just out of, it was in your circles, how the money is. Yeah, in sources, you have contributions of 16.8. What is in the contributions bucket, out of curiosity?
I think that's largely developer contributions, where we have designated areas of designated for, as in lieu of development, you know, developers contribute to an area that's been designated as an sort of a impact.
Yes, and it can also come as mitigation payments when we have a violation of some sort of, and we come to an agreement with the outside party. Rather than them do work, they give us resources, and for us to make the changes, that could be the contribution. As Ron said, there's developer contributions as well. And then also there can be money that comes over from the foundation. So that's a typical, so just to be clear too, what we're seeing here, these are called appropriations. That's allowance to spend money. There it is. That's a very good point. Contribution, this is what could be a contribution. These are not actual contributions. Actual contributions come piecemeal as they do. And that was a part of the discussion in the full CIP last cycle, where OMB added language just to clarify, to say that you can only spend money once it actually comes in. So that's a good, very good point. These are appropriations. That is not real money in that case.
Right. And then the last about, fiscal year 2024 ended. How did, you can maybe talk about it another time, but how did it go? Were you able to get, did you have the money you needed? I mean, did you finish, or did you do the projects that you had money allocated for, or were there any issues that created not being able to finish it? But that could be another discussion, but just get said, how did fiscal year 24 go? And
So unfortunately, we don't have the data yet. This is what we call our implementation. And our implementation, we do believe it went very well. But with staff turnovers, both in the Parks Department as well as in CAS, we weren't able to get that data. We are waiting that. That is the data that goes into those PDF expenditures. So we hope to be able to give you some more information when we meet on October 17th.
Great.
I know that.
So Andy, what is the implementation rate?
Exactly. I don't know.
Okay.
I know we're doing a lot of work.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we want to know.
Yes, I know.
So
I know. I do too.
Yeah. All right. So thank you so much. If no other comments or questions, appreciate your presentation and educating us as you all do so well. And we look forward to your October presentation. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
And just see, are we?
Yeah, you have to go into.
Yeah, okay, excuse me, 1 second.
Yeah, there is. Oh, my mistake. Administrative function, not a closed session. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. So there is no closed session, so, but we're going to take a lunch break and come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 11, Tregoning Property Site Plan Number 82024080, Preliminary Plan Amendment Number 12023-012A, and Forest Final Conservation Plan Number F20240420. Where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This afternoon, we have Jeff Server from the Planning Department presenting this project. Welcome, Jeff.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you. For the record, my name is Jeff Server with Yup County Division. Before you today is the Tregoning property, site plan number 82024-0080, preliminary plan amendment number 12023-012A, and final forest conservation plan number F2024-0420. Staff recommends approval with conditions of the site plan, preliminary plan amendment, and final forest conservation plan. These plans are for 44 dwelling units, which include 38 single-family detached dwelling units, 6 townhouse dwelling units, which account for 13% MPDUs, plus 2 development rights, and to amend preliminary plan conditions number 1 and number 16, which focus on density and the private alleys. In looking at the sign and noticing requirements, the applicant has met all the noticing requirements. There was a pre-submission meeting held on December 19th in 2023. The notice of public hearing was mailed by staff, and to date, no community correspondence has been received. In looking at the subject property, it's located southwest of the intersection at Kings Valley Road and Preakness Drive. The surrounding properties are primarily residential in character. The Damascus Recreational Park and Magruder Trail Branch are located within the area. Cedar Grove Elementary School is to the southwest, and the Cedar Grove Historic District is located due south. In looking at the subject property, it's composed of 2 parcels. Parcel 104, which is the focus for where the development will occur, is just a little less than 18 acres. And then parcel 617 is the one that's located to the southwest with the very irregularly shaped polygon. And it's a little less than 20 acres. They totaled for 37.6 acres. The site is subject to the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan and Hyattstown Special Study Area. Currently, parcel 104 is vacant and undeveloped. Parcel 617 is developed with an existing structure to remain. Little Seneca Creek's located to the west, and both parcels are zoned RE1. So the first part of the proposal is to amend preliminary plan number 12023-012A. So that calls for revising conditions number 1 on density and number 16, which focuses on the alleys being located with their own designated easement areas instead of individual parcels. I'll go into a lot more detail about that, but before we do, I just want to mention that these are not corrections to the staff report. So when you do see the amended language in the conditions, it's not a correction. These are actually the amendment, the parts of the amendment. So condition number 1, the red text is what would be amended, not corrected. Basically just clarifying that this application will provide 13% MPDUs. And then it just goes on to clarify where those would be located within parcel 104 out of the total 37.85 acres, and then retaining 2 development rights on the remaining 20 acres, which would be parcel 617. The next modification is to condition 16, and I won't read it word for word for you, as you can see it on the screen. But under A, it's just basically stating that the record plat would clearly delineate the locations of these alleys, and that would include meets and bounds and a description of the boundary for where these alleys would be located. And then also stating that they would be subject to all the conditions that are listed below pertaining to private roads. And then this is just more of the condition. The next change is located as letter D. And it's basically just stating that by the final inspection for the last residential unit, that the applicant is going to deliver to the planning department and to DPS certification by a registered engineer licensed in Maryland that the private road has been constructed to all the criteria that it's subject to. The next part of this is there is a subdivision waiver that is being requested as part of this, and this gets into the alley private alleys A and B. So rather than reading the code to you, it's there on the slide and you can see it. But the board's authority to grant a waiver is found in section 50.9.1. And then the required findings for that waiver are listed in section 50.9.3, and you can see those stated below. So the waiver that's requested is for the subdivision regulation section 50.3.E.6, which is focused on the platting of roads. And in short, it's basically just stating that the roads would need to be platted as a road parcel, so as a separate parcel by code, and then as allowed, it goes on for more detail about that. The waiver that's being requested is to have those not placed on an individual parcel, but instead being placed within a designated easement area. And the reasons for this are that it would provide for greater density within the RE1 zone, specifically for this property. Some of the challenges that have come up with this are the buildable areas are greatly reduced for the subject property due to a number of factors. So there is a stream valley buffer, which decreases the amount of buildable area. There are steep slopes, there's forest protection, there are open space requirements that need to be met, and then land that is also being retained for farming, which is why the parcel is not the full triangle. And then also a request for minimized grading to maintain as much of the natural appearance of the site as possible. Private alleys A and B are needed to provide access to the MPDUs. So the MPDUs are provided as triplex units, and they are both rear-loaded off of private alleys A and B, but there are also single-family detached dwelling units that are also serviced by these alleys. So placing them within individual parcels would ultimately lead to a reduction in the number of dwelling units. So this is the grounds for the request on the waiver. Looking in more detail at private alley A, you can see in the image to the right, private alley A is identified as kind of that middle piece that's serving block A. When preliminary plan number 12023-0120, which was the preliminary plan for this site, was heard in February of last year, basically, this was a request that came from the deliberation by the board that to explore the extension of that alley as long as there would not be a reduction in the number of units. So staff has worked with the applicant team to try to arrive at a solution. Extending alley A doesn't reduce the number of units, but it does create some challenges in making everything fit. And so providing that alley, though, it does provide a continuous one-way connection from Public Road B, which you can see in the image to the right, and then to Public Road A, which ultimately gives that block improved direct access to those rear driveways. It's also worth noting that that the extension of the alley ultimately provides a better or improved urban form for the block, meaning that you have continuous sidewalks. You don't have the driveways being kind of bisecting or cutting into the sidewalk. And then it also reduces interactions between pedestrians and vehicles within that block. Looking at alley B, staff also worked with the applicant team on this as it has some of the same issues, but a little bit different. In this case, the alley was reduced from 20 feet down to the minimum of 16 feet. And doing that, it also required pulling the alley to the north just a little bit, so it got relocated. The curb radii were revised to accommodate emergency vehicles, and some of the stormwater management facilities had to be reconfigured. Ultimately, the biggest changes came to lot 44 in the central open space. They had to be revised to account for that alley shifting to the north while also maintaining that 9,000 minimum square foot lot size that's part of the RE1 zone. So in the end, they were able to do it, but all of these units are also rear loaded, so it also provides the same benefits for direct and improved access for them. So in summary, there are practical difficulties that exist in order to provide full compliance with the subdivision regulation for platting the alleys. They do provide the minimum necessary to provide relief from the Chapter 50 requirements. So this would allow alleys A and B to be within designated easement areas, not individual parcels, but it would also include the reduction of the width of the alleys to accommodate one-way circulation. Thrive 2050 doesn't have specific guidelines or recommendations for alleys, but it is worth noting that it does advocate for new housing and providing improved pedestrian connectivity, especially when it's pedestrian-oriented. Private alleys A and B would also be built to public street standards and ultimately managed and maintained by the community HOA. And these would provide improved access, connectivity, while still maximizing the number of dwelling units for the overall subject property. And in the end, staff does support the waiver request. So moving on, looking at site plan number 820240080. This is an MPDU optional method project, and this is focusing on parcel 104, as I mentioned earlier, for 38 single-family detached and 6 townhouse units, which account for 13% MPDUs. One clarification I want to make is in the staff report on page 15, the way the wording is provided, I think when I wrote it, I said that the density from parcel 617 is to be transferred to parcel 104 while retaining the 2 development rights. Probably a better way of stating that would be to say that a portion of the density from parcel 617 is being transferred while those 2 development rights are still being retained. So it's saying the same thing, but it's probably a little bit clearer. So I just want to add that. So ultimately, that's what's happening with that irregularly shaped polygon that is retaining those units. And if you're looking for further clarification, footnote number 6 on page 24 explains that in greater detail within the staff report. So this application, the site plan would include new public streets, private alleys would be constructed, and there would also be a natural surface and paved trail, which we'll see shortly. So in looking at common open space, this applicant meets the minimum 10% requirements for common open space. These are shown in the image to the right in the light green color. They're provided within the southeast, south, and southwest portions of the subject property. And the natural surface trail would be provided within this area where my cursor is. And there would be picnic and seating areas, a multi-age play area, landscape and recreation areas, and then there would be a paved pedestrian trail provided within this area over here where my cursor is. Looking at forest conservation for parcel 104 in Goldenrod, you'll see that there's approximately 0.13 acres of forest to be removed. The remainder of the forest is to be saved and placed into a Cat 1 conservation easement. This is shown in the light green color, and that accounts for about 2.82 acres. So the application meets all the requirements for Chapter 22A and is in compliance with all the environmental guidelines. Shifting to parcel 617 in the green hatched area, this is denoting forest that's to be planted and placed into the Category 1 conservation easement, which accounts for a little over 7 acres. It's also worth noting that the applicant is going well beyond the requirement for forest to be planted and placed within the Category 1 easement. Looking at transportation, so vehicular access is to be provided through 2 existing public roads. This would be Kings Valley Road and Hoffman Drive. Kings Valley Road would retain the 20 feet of pavement with 2 travel lanes. Hoffman Drive would remain with 25 feet of pavement in width and 2 travel lanes. Both roadways are going to remain unchanged. There will be a protected intersection to be added on Kings Valley Road and Glade Valley Terrace to provide access. These are shown in this slide where you can see in the yellow diamond, that's the location of that protected intersection. And then you can see the location based on the legend with the different colors denoting the locations of the side path, sidewalk, shared use path, and areas to be buffered. The gold star identifies the proposed development on the subject property. This slide is showing the hierarchy of the public roads internal to the site. So where we were looking outside of the site, now we're looking inside the site. Public roads A and B are shown in red and green, and then the alleys that we were just discussing with the preliminary plan amendment are shown with that kind of cyan, light blue, and purplish color. And then the extension of Hoffman Drive, which has been an item throughout these different applications, is shown with its full extension in orange. So in looking at the findings, this application conforms to the preliminary plan amendment findings that were mentioned at the beginning, meaning that the layout that you see for the site plan concurs and aligns directly with the amendment that's also included with this. It conforms to the master plan, meets all the site plan findings for the use standards, development standards, and the RE1 zone. The proposed layout, landscaping, and lighting are safe, adequate, and efficient, and it's compatible with the surrounding development. Furthermore, it meets the requirements for Chapter 22A on forest conservation and also Chapter 19 with an improved stormwater concept. Last, and just before we close, there's one minor correction to be made on the data table. Data table 2 within the staff report. If you look at table 2, where lot width at the front building line is listed as 50 feet for the townhouse units, that should actually be corrected to 16 feet. It's still meeting the requirements, but just want to note the correction. So in conclusion, staff recommends approval of the preliminary plan amendment number 12023-012A, site plan number 82024-0080, and final forest conservation plan number F2024-0420 with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Server, for your presentation. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'll be very brief. You remember we were before you back in December, and you were helpful at that point in time, showing flexibility and vision so that we could move this forward. Staff has been very accommodating in doing that, and the applicant as well has, accommodated what staff and you have requested. So we're very pleased at this point. We're anxious to get these homes built. Thank you for your approval. If we're here to answer any questions, so.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm very pleased in how you both have worked together to create a win-win here. I know that when we last met, it was important for staff that they have these continuous movements around the site, and also was important for the board that we not lose any units, and you found a way to make that happen. So that's very, very important for us. And thank you for providing more forest conservation needed than calculated. So that's really, really lovely. So based on this working together, I know that this waiver is needed in order to make all that work, and I would be supportive of that. So any other questions or comments from?
No, I would just like to comment and say that I like how you kept the forest, and I like how you kept the land for farming, and you kept the natural grading. And sometimes when I'm driving around and I see developments and I see them clear cut and grade everything flat, I always complain about it. But in putting a new development in the community such as Damascus and maintaining some of the natural surface feel and view is important, and I like what you've done here.
Any other questions or comments? None being said, do I have a motion for approval? I think we have to do 3 here.
Just 1 minute.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Sandra Pereira. I believe there's a small correction that needs to be made while we're on the screen. Just 1 second.
Okay, sorry, in my haste to finish the presentation, on the same table, the header where it says proposed for approval, that should also be split and saying single-family detached on one side and townhouse on the other, so.
Gotcha.
Thank you so much. Thank you for catching that, so it wouldn't have to come back. Thank you. So do I have a motion for approval with the suggested conditions as modified and modified again? Thank you.
Yeah, we need 3.
Yeah, and so we'll do the site plan number 820240080. Do I have a motion for approval with conditions?
Yeah, move to approve the site plan with conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. To have a motion for approval of the preliminary plan amendment number 1202301-A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions.
And Mr. Server, that included the subdivision waiver, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was included with the site plan, right? Yeah, and that, I'll move to approve the preliminary plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. And last but not least, the Forest Conservation Plan number F20240420, where staff is recommending approval with conditions.
I will go for the hat trick and move to approve the final forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it, thank you, 5-0. Yeah, wonderful project. We love more housing, and also there's also needed for more for-sale housing in the county, so this does both of those. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see the board following that direction more and more often. It's really great to see.
All right, thank you. So we're going to just take just a 1-minute break and go to our item number 12, Chick-fil-A, Clarksburg, Site Plan Amendment number 82014-016C, and Forest Conservation Plan F2024-003A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the day. It's the item number 12, the Chick-fil-A Clarksburg Site Plan Amendment number 82014-016C and Final Forest Conservation Plan F2024-003A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This This afternoon, we have Philip Estes and Sandra Pereira here to present. Welcome, and we look forward to your presentation. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Planning Board members. My name is Philip Estes with the Up County Division. For this site plan amendment application, there are three geographies relative to this amendment. One, the Cabin Branch property, two, the overall property, and three, the subject property. These properties are interrelated because of the underlying development plan, preliminary plan, and forest conservation plan. The Cabin Branch property shown in the white and between I-270 and Clarksburg Road contains a mix of land uses, commercial, residential, and includes the overall property and the subject property. So within this Cabin Branch property is the overall property shown in yellow. This is the outlet shopping center, which also aligns with the underlying site plan amendment that's being amended. Inside the overall property is the subject property shown in red. These are the pad sites that are next to the shopping center, which is the focus of this amendment application. The applicant has met all the noticing and sign posting requirements, and although not required for an amendment application, the applicant did hold two community meetings, one on December 19th in '23, and another meeting on January 11th in 2024. The notice of this public hearing was mailed by staff per code, and since then, staff has received three comment letters, one in opposition and two in support. The opposition comment raised concerns over traffic, the market analysis of the Chick-fil-A, and community meetings. The applicant has reasonably addressed these comments as we have detailed in the staff report. The support letters noted that they liked the outdoor dining feature, they appreciate the efficient drive-through operations of Chick-fil-A, and that they also enjoy the food itself. This is a zoning map of the overall property and the subject property, which is shown here. It's zoned CRT, Commercial Residential Town, identified in the orange shading. For this application for the amendment, the drive-through facility is being reviewed under the CRT zone and the 2014 zoning ordinance. And the development itself is being reviewed under the prior zone, which was MXPD, and that is under the 2004 zoning ordinance. Subject property shown here is located at Clarksburg Road and Gosnell Farm Drive, just south of the traffic circle, and as I mentioned, just west of the shopping center. It's a 3.11 acre pad site within that shopping center complex. Currently, as you can see, it's improved with driveways, parking lot, sidewalks. There's also some stormwater management as well as landscaping on site. However, to date, no buildings have been constructed. This shows the proposed amendment plan, which identifies the 6,350 square feet restaurant with a 2-lane drive-through facility. The applicant proposes to reconfigure the parking area to accommodate the double drive-through lanes. The orange arrows show the vehicular and drive-through circulation with the pickup window located on the rear side of the building. The green areas you can see on the diagram identify the proposed outdoor dining and seating areas. There is existing mature landscaping along Gosnell Farm Drive, and the site is at a lower elevation from Clarksburg Road, and both of these features will adequately screen the parking lot and the drive-through lanes from any off-site views. As conditioned from Clarksburg Road, the side path will be extended along the frontage of the site, and then as conditioned beyond the frontage of the site, a 2-lane separated bike lane will be provided from Gosnell Farm Drive down to Wellspring Avenue. Here again is the subject property with the shopping center parking lot to the east. Vehicular access to the site is provided from Gosnell Farm Drive. Bicycle access will be provided through both roads, Clarksburg Road and Gosnell Farm Drive. Pedestrian access to the site is provided via Clarksburg Road near the traffic circle. However, currently there's no pedestrian connection to the south of the subject property. So for Clarksburg Road, there are no proposed changes. However, on Gosnell Farm Drive, which is a private drive, the travel lanes will be reduced to accommodate the proposed bicycle lanes. This diagram shows the alignment of the conditioned bicycle and pedestrian facility improvements along Gosnell Farm Drive. The red line shows the extended 8-foot wide side path with a 2.5-foot wide buffer shown in the blue line. This is along the frontage of the property. And then beyond the frontage, as conditioned, a separated 2-way bike lane with a 2.5-foot wide concrete buffer shown in the green and purple lines is provided to Wellspring Avenue. This facility is an interim bicycle facility until the vacant adjacent land is developed and a full bikeable side path can be constructed. As shown on the map on the left, in this location, this section of Gosnell Farm Drive is identified as a moderate to high stress level for street bicycling. This suggests that Gosnell Farm Drive really is not appropriate or comfortable for children and most adults. And additionally, this segment of pedestrian access south of the subject property will not be provided. So for these reasons, staff is of the opinion that a protected barrier is essential to provide adequate safety to cyclists and likely walkers. On the right are images that illustrate how this can be achieved in a variety of acceptable installations. There's a solid barrier that prevents or greatly restricts vehicle movement into the bicycle lane. Flexible post bollards without a solid barrier are not recommended because they do not provide adequate protection to bicyclists as they are easily crossed by vehicles into a bicycle lane. So in this slide, really what's important to highlight is the map here. It shows the current built-out bicycle facilities that serve this area and a missing link. All of the solid lines you see here show completed bicycle facilities, which extend northward and southward of the subject property. The missing link is shown here with a dashed line along the subject property to Wellspring Avenue. This is the missing link in the area. So as conditioned, the recommended bicycle lanes will complete this system. Moving on to some of the architectural renderings, this image you can see here is a view from Clarksburg Road, the traffic circle looking south. This is a bird's eye view from the sort of same orientation from Clarksburg Road looking down to the property. As you can see, the restaurant building with outdoor dining and landscaping, the parking and the drive-through pickup lane located towards the rear. This is the front facade, which is a view from Gosnell Farm Drive. Again, some of the outdoor seating and landscaping, as you can see there. This is a bird's eye view from towards the rear side of the building from Gosnell Farm Drive looking northward. Again, here you can see more clearly the drive-through lane, the pickup lane towards at the rear of the building, and also additional outdoor dining and seating area and landscaping. Regarding the existing approved transportation study and this amendment, as I mentioned, this property is interrelated to the Cabin Branch property. And so for the Cabin Branch property, the traffic study was approved in 2004 with additional trip generation studies in 2014 and 2017. These studies included approvals for over 1,800 residential units, senior units, hotel rooms, and over 2.3 million commercial square feet. This includes the outlet mall and the subject property. The applicant's traffic impact statement indicated the amendment would not change the number of expected trips generated by the approved underlying site plan or for the larger Cabin Branch property. Staff's analysis agreed with the statement, and therefore no additional transportation study is required for this amendment. The project is subject to Chapter 19 sediment control and 22A forest conservation. The amendment meets the requirements of Chapter 19 because the project conforms to 22A. It also continues to meet the approved water quality plan and its targeted goals. Project also meets the requirements of Chapter 22A because the amendment conforms to the original forest conservation plan approved for the approved for the Cabin Branch property. Staff's analysis, as detailed in the staff report, concludes the project meets all the necessary findings to approve a site plan amendment, and the proposal is in substantial compliance with the Clarksburg Master Plan and all applicable county codes. There are a couple of revisions that will lead you through. The first one, this revision is to the preamble paragraph to the conditions in the staff report. This addresses the applicant's comments concerning conditions of prior applicants, and so this deletes references to prior applications. Nevertheless, prior conditions remain in full force and effect except as modified by this amendment. This revision to the revised condition number 13 reflects the applicant's request to delete this condition from the amendment. Portions of the underlying transportation condition that are not specifically applicable to the subject property. The remaining language addresses only that portion of Gosnell Farm Drive that will be modified for the bike lane. And just to be clear for the record, condition 13C2 and 13C3 are not deleted from the underlying site plan approval, and those remain in full force and effect. These are only deleted conditions for this amendment. And finally, this revision reflects the applicant's request to begin the numbering with number 1 instead of 23, and just a couple of other minor clarifying changes. And with that, staff recommends approval of the proposed amendment with the conditions as noted in the staff report. And this concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Estes. Would the staff like to make would the client like to make a presentation?
Yes, thank you very much. For the record, my name is Stacy Silber with the law firm of Lurch, Early & Brewer. I'm pleased to be here today representing Chick-fil-A, the applicant for the site plan. And with me here today is Austin Whitley from Chick-fil-A. We have Bob Kite and Cole Hayden with Bowler Engineering. Matt Knoll, I believe, is on the phone, who's our architect. Nick Dryben from Lenhart Engineering. Rich Kelly graced us today, who's the owner with Simon, who owns the overall shopping center and then also this site. And my colleague, Vince Biazzi, as well, who I'm not actually sure if you guys have you met Vince before? Okay, this is Vince Biazzi.
Nice to meet you all.
Yeah, so Vince is a planner by training as well as an attorney, so we're thrilled that he's part of our team and here today as well. Also wanted to take a moment just to thank staff for their efforts as well. Chick-fil-A is coordinated with the Cabin Branch Town Architect, and we appreciate the Town Architect's recommendation of approval. And as mentioned, although not required as part of the site plan amendment process, Chick-fil-A did have a voluntary meeting with the community out in this area. We're very appreciative of the time that neighbors kind of took upon themselves to write letters of support and sent them in, and as mentioned, appreciated the design and the ability for Chick-fil-A to accommodate their drive-through circulation on site and outdoor dining, and also the design that they spent a lot of time on. We are primarily in agreement with staff. There is one really important condition that we're not in agreement with that we've been discussing with staff, and we'll go through it with you today as to as to why. But before I do go through the rest of our presentation, I just wanted to turn it over to Austin, who just wanted to say a few points.
Thank you, Stacy. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Austin Whitley with Chick-fil-A. We first started working with staff on this project approximately 2 years ago. As such, the plans before you today are a culmination of many, many hours of discussion with Parks and Planning staff, Chick-fil-A, the community, and with our design professionals and with Simon. As Stacy alluded to, we also did seek input from the community during that 2-year period, and their comments were also incorporated in the site plan that's before you today. We have worked diligently over the last 2 years, and today we are presenting to you one of the most customized and the most expensive projects that Chick-fil-A has in our portfolio in the surrounding area. We believe that we will serve the community of Cabin Branch. We will fit within the overall master plan for the development, and that this site plan will provide the proper site design characteristics that are critical for Chick-fil-A to provide efficiency and the high-quality hospitality that our brand is known for. In addition, as Ms. Silber will discuss, during these 2 years and per staff's insistence, we reduced the size of our site plan, which took negotiation and consent from Simon, so that there could be an area reserved for future potential residential development adjacent to the Chick-fil-A site. As you can imagine, all of this has come at significant cost. In fact, at one point during the project's history, Chick-fil-A was ready to terminate the deal because of some cost overruns. Only after very extensive modifications to our site plan and to our overall design were we able to bring the project back to life in the form that is before the board today. Staff's recent recommendation for a condition to install a raised concrete barrier on private drive aisle off of Chick-fil-A's frontage, however, threatens the viability of the project. As you will hear today, Montgomery County's own bicycle master plan and LATR standards do not require Chick-fil-A to put in any improvements beyond the project's frontage. And though that is the case, we have again listened and been receptive to staff's concern for bicycle safety, and we've sought a compromise by offering a striped bicycle lane with delineators beyond the property frontage. This proposed facility is fully compliant with county policies and the bicycle master plan. We've also worked with Simon to get their commitment to extend the shared use path from the Chick-fil-A property down to Wellspring Drive when the adjacent property is developed in the future. And while this is more than what the county code requires, we have willingly agreed to provide this additional amenity to serve the guests and to the Cabin Branch community. Chick-fil-A seeks to serve our guests with high-quality food, customer care, and genuine hospitality. Our unique operator model with local ownership and our operators' daily involvement in the restaurant and the lives of their team members and our guests ensures that Chick-fil-A is able to deliver on that commitment. As you will hear from the community members, and as you've heard a little bit already from community members, Chick-fil-A will be a welcome amenity for Cabin Branch and in the greater Clarksburg community, and we look forward to investing in Clarksburg and in Cabin Branch for many years to come. I'll now turn the presentation back over to Ms. Silber, and she can discuss some of these points in more detail.
Thank you. Staff did a great job of explaining location of the property and context, but I just wanted to point out a couple of things as we're starting out. The issue that we wanted to talk with the board about and the condition we would like to modify is the one related to off-site improvements. And Vince, if you could just point to where we're talking about. Can you guys see the cursor on your screen? Yeah, okay. So basically going, let's see. Nope. Move it where?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, great. Okay. So, oh, great. Okay, so in effect, basically going from the property driveway down to Wellspring Drive, the off-site area, it's about 300 linear feet that we're talking about, but we'll talk more about that in detail. Let's go to the next slide. So again, as you can see here, Simon has invested substantially in infrastructure on the site and in the area, and you can see some of the pedestrian connections that are currently in place. Here, another image that shows some of the retaining walls that have been added, and again, additional pedestrian connections that Chick-fil-A is tying into. On this slide, you can see the shared use path that's along Clarksburg Road. It's in picture 1, and then on 2, you can see some of the improvements that are along Gosnell Farm Drive that limit the ability to do improvements along that stretch because of stormwater management and some retaining walls. This image is from prior preliminary and site plan, And we'll talk more about this, but this is also some improvements that Simon invested in when they initially got approvals for the property, which included substantial bike and ped improvements, as you can see on this plan. This is what was required of Simon when they developed the overall shopping center, and we'll talk again more about that in a moment. As mentioned, the property is currently zoned CRT, but is being developed under the MXPD zone, as was the rest of the shopping center. As Mr. Whitley had indicated, there's been a tremendous amount of design progression, and I just wanted to take you through that briefly. As you can see, when we initially came in and met with staff, we had a proposal that Chick-fil-A developed that meets the MXPD zone requirements. It had a loop of the drive-through that went around the property, and the building more in the center of the site. But after discussions with staff, Chick-fil-A agreed to do some substantial changes to the layout, including pulling the building up to the street, putting the drive-through behind the building, and as you can see, we also made the site plan area smaller. Staff had asked if we could reduce the site plan area to allow for the area to allow for potential future residential by Simon and the ability for Simon to market it. And I point that out because it's relevant to the discussion of the off-site non-frontage improvements that we're talking about. As you can see here, this is design elements. The architect spent a great deal of time ensuring that the materials were of high quality, there are 4 frontages, but also that it complemented Simon's existing development. Again, another image of the property with outdoor dining area. So in terms of just prior approvals, as mentioned, the property is part of the overall Cabot Branch community. The prior approvals established an overall trip cap and transportation adequacy for the overall site and approved up to 13,000 square feet of development for the property. The proposed development, as staff mentioned, fits within the established trip cap and approved adequacy for Cabot Branch. And as a result, the project is in effect exempt from LATR requirements, including not triggering any off-site improvements. In terms of just prior approvals, as mentioned, and as you saw earlier, there were ped and bike improvements that were required. And in the staff report, prior staff reports, staff indicated that the improvements provide another sustainable circulation system for local residents and visitors. They were all designed to connect into the overall neighborhood, and then concludes that the development now with the now existing ped and bike improvements provides a safe atmosphere for peds, bicyclists, and vehicles. In addition, the site plan and preliminary plan indicated that this internal roadway loop, which again is a private driveway, it's not public, it's actually a driveway through the shopping center, provides access to vehicles and bike traffic via shared use pathway, and internal sidewalks are efficiently located throughout the development and connect to the existing circulation system. Although the ped and bike infrastructure has already been approved, as Mr. Whitley indicated, Chick-fil-A has agreed to construct a new shared use path along the property's frontage on Gosnell Farm Drive. And this is a condition that we have worked on with staff, and we're all in agreement in terms of the frontage improvements. In addition to this shared use path, again, staff proposed a condition for additional bike infrastructure beyond the site plan area's boundaries. They're asking for a concrete median to be in place, and really the difference in what we're talking about is the difference between putting in a concrete median and putting in flex posts. And we'll talk a little bit about cost, but the issue here is that the concrete buffer that's being recommended is going to cost upwards of $100,000 plus. And we utilized guidelines that staff asked us to use in terms of calculating the cost to come up with that number. But in addition to the cost being an issue, it's just inconsistent with the county's own written standards, which call for the use of flex posts in this type of situation. And we're going to walk you through some of the county written policies and requirements. So first of all, this is the bike master plan. And again, objective standards that applicants rely upon for certainty. And it basically says that developers are required to construct the bike facilities within and along the frontage of their projects. And that's exactly what Chick-fil-A has agreed to do. They're constructing it along their frontage. What we're talking about in terms of this one condition is this area that we have, you can see it's the non-site plan area. It's the area that staff had asked that we excluded and enlarge for potential future residential development. And it's along this frontage where staff is asking that we install these concrete barriers. Again, Chick-fil-A, although we don't believe it's required of them, as Mr. Whitley indicated, they've agreed to do this interim condition with flex posts as the delineator. These pictures just show, again, some of the challenges in this area with existing infrastructure that Simon has already constructed with utilities and stormwater management, and their significant grade changes. So this image just, again, gives you a broader sense of what we're talking about. As you can see, where Chick-fil-A is offered to do, it's about 300 linear feet of improvements along Gosnell Farm Drive. Again, we all are in agreement in terms of the width and the size and how the roadway would be modified. Again, the difference is how it's separated. And we're suggesting that flex posts are what's recommended. This is also an interim condition, as staff mentioned. And Simon is here as well and has offered to basically, when that adjacent property, that frontage is redeveloped, to be responsible for putting in something more permanent if that's something that staff at that point wishes to have. Rich is here to answer any questions that you may have too about that. But going down to the design itself, as you can see, again, if you look at both images, the one on the right is a little bit more detailed. We have the flexible delinear post, we have a 2.5 stripe buffer, and then the 8-foot bike lane. So Gosnell Farm Drive is a private drive aisle. It's not a public street. It's considered an internal drive aisle or parking lot access drive. It's not part of complete, it's not included or governed by complete street guidelines because it's private. It is not included within the master plan of highways and transitways. And again, it's considered an internal drive aisle. It basically serves the area for the outlets. But what I'd like to do is just turn it over to Nick Dryben from Lenhart Engineering and just talk a little bit about the flexible delinear posts that we're offering to install.
Good afternoon, Nick Dryben with Lenhart Traffic. So as both Ms. Silber and Mr. Whitley have indicated, we did prepare a traffic statement for this project, and there's no LATR study required based on prior approvals and what's been evaluated previously in terms of traffic. Because of that, there really is no justification for off-site improvements, as has been mentioned. That really comes from the LATR guidelines. However, again, as has been mentioned, Chick-fil-A has agreed to construct some degree of off-site improvement in terms of the bicycle facilities. So the question is, what do the county's various plans say about the appropriateness of what should be constructed there? What you see on the screen in front of you here is an excerpt from the county's Bike Atlas, which is the GIS for the county's bicycle master plan. The section highlighted in orange and black dashed line is highlighted as such because I've clicked on it in that screenshot, and the image to the right, and it's Gosnell Farm Drive. The image to the right is the sample image from the county's own guidelines, from the county's own Bike Atlas and master plan, showing flex posts for that section. Next slide, please. This is when the county evaluates adequacy for bicycle facilities, the adequacy test is the level of traffic stress, or LTS. What you see on the sort of right side of that slide is the LTS methodology. And what I've highlighted in yellow on this slide is that for a 2 to 3 lane section with speed limit of 25 miles per hour, which is what we have here, the LTS guidelines specifically list flex posts as one of the options and show it as an LTS 1, which is the best possible LTS. It's a very low traffic stress. So Without a concrete buffer, simply with the flex post, as per the county's own LTS guidelines, this would be the lowest possible, best possible traffic stress. Next slide, please. And then again, this is just a couple of other examples in terms of county precedent from the bicycle master plan. On the right side is the page documenting or discussing separated bike lanes from the bicycle master plan. You can see again the image used as a sample is flex posts. The county's bicycle master plan specifically lists separated bike lanes examples in Montgomery County, including Wood Glen Drive, Neville Street, Spring Street, Glenbrook Road. All of these use flex posts. And then finally at the bottom of the screen there is recent improvement that I think many in the county, probably most in the county, are familiar with, which is the bicycle lanes that were installed on Old Georgetown Road, Maryland 187. It's a much higher speed road. It's a higher volume road than what we're talking about here. Again, Gosnell Farm Drive is 25 mile per hour, relatively low volume. It's a private drive aisle within a shopping center. But even for this much higher classification roadway of Old Georgetown Road, flex posts were used as the separation. With that, I'll hand it back to Ms. Silber.
So just to kind of put this in context again, this applicant is not subject to LATR proportionality guides and caps. But even so, we used, per staff's request, the LATR calculator to figure out how much this would cost. And putting in concrete median is $110,000. Even doing it with flex posts is $24,000, which is actually about around the cap that we would have to do if we were subject to LATR. So this applicant's not subject to it, but they've offered really as a cooperative gesture to basically do these 300 linear feet of improvements beyond their property frontage. Next slide. So with that, we are asking for modification to condition 1D2. In effect, we basically are describing the improvement that we show, and we'll show it on the next slide. But in effect, we're changing it from flex to linear posts from the concrete street buffer. The width is the same as what staff has asked. The 8-foot wide two-way separated bike lane, the 2.5 wide stripe buffer is the same. And if you want to go to the next slide. In effect, what we're describing in the condition is in effect what I think we all have been talking about in terms of this off-site improvement. So really in conclusion, Chick-fil-A is very excited to be here. It's been a long haul to get to this point. We really appreciate the community's support, their desire for Chick-fil-A to come to this area. We agree with staff that the application meets all site plan requirements of the code. We just ask that the board make the approval with the modifications as the applicant has proposed to reflect the interim improvement. Again, we've kind of modified the design to allow for future development. Simon is here, who's indicated that they hear what's been asked, and in the future, if it's appropriate, they're willing to come back and they realize that staff will, and the board may require it of them. But we ask for the board's support. Thank you very much. And we also ask for the board's approval of the Forest Conservation Plan.
Could just someone show us how the concrete buffer looks like? That why is it so expensive? I don't know the section. I understood what you said, but I have no idea.
Is it like a Jersey wall, like a
Is
freeway?
it a Jersey wall?
So there's a couple different reasons in terms of the cost. It's not just placing the concrete barrier on the road. You have to do cut and fill to be able to do that as well. And I don't know whether Bowler folks want to explain, but the issue is it's not just basically, in effect, being able to buy a concrete material and put it into the field. There's different things that have to happen with the road itself.
Yeah, I'm Bob Kite with Bowler. Yeah, the flex post is a much simpler installation, obviously, and with the concrete divide, it's going to be cut. You're going to be resurfacing the street. It's a lot more involved than just restriping and then putting up flex posts.
Okay, just one quick question to staff. So if the applicant kept referring to the county standards, what are the county, is that the county standard today? Would that meet what they suggested, meet the county standard?
Are we talking specifically about the concrete barrier and the flex posts?
Yeah, yes, the applicant suggested, it was stated that the county standard at the speed, well, I don't know if this road speed is 25 miles an hour, and that's what I heard, is that?
The LTS, I think there was a code.
And,
Yeah.
yeah, does this, what they propose, meet the county standard?
So when we are talking about looking at safety and infrastructure to find safety on roadways, we take roadways as a case-by-case basis. And when we look at this specific roadway, we found that this roadway, according to our the bicycle level of stress, is a moderate to high roadway. So therefore, we try to find the infrastructure that is best and adequate to provide safe access to bicyclists in this case. And when we talk about standards, FlexPost was used to be a recommended type of infrastructure that we no longer support and we no longer pursue, just because it has been found that FlexPosts do not provide any type of or level of safety to bicyclists on this type of bikeways.
Respectfully, if I could respond to that quickly. The moderate to high level of traffic stress is an existing condition, right? So I don't want to confuse what is out there today with what is being proposed. This, I don't know if you're seeing the slide in front of you, but this is from the county standards for this evaluation, and it shows FlexPost as, again, the most comfortable level of traffic stress. So I think unequivocally the county standards would suggest that not suggest, the county standards are clear that FlexPosts are an adequate improvement here.
Sorry.
Yep.
So the guidelines actually recommend, it doesn't provide specific standards for roadways, but it makes recommendations. And the actual, our guidelines actually encourage staffs and encourage applicants to find the best infrastructure to provide adequate and safe access.
If I may, though, the objective standard that we're looking at and our traffic engineer is relying upon and we rely upon is what you see before you, which explicitly says that in this type of situation, that FlexPosts basically make it go to this very low traffic stress level. So in effect, even though we're not required to do anything, Chick-fil-A is willing to basically do this in conformance with the standard by doing this improvement.
Just a couple, and the other board members could. One is it true that the LATR, is the applicant required to, like they're saying that if there are no LATR offsite improvements required on this, is that true or not true?
I want to know that this LETR came 20 years ago, so it was provided in 2004 when the conditions were nothing compared to what is actually right now in the area. And going to your question, for this specific development, so LETR is required when, and it's valid through the period of APF. And when we go to this specific development, we don't need a new LETR because the use has not changed and previous studies and statements have accounted for the use previously.
So does that mean we technically can't, I mean, is it, if in whatever, when this shopping center was put in, it was intended for, I'm just saying, was it intended for drive-through, and they at the time had put in what was required for that drive-through, or when the drive-through comes in, it looks at it then, or I'm just trying to understand what are the.
Right.
Because you talked about, yeah, I just wanted just to understand that, okay?
Yes, that is correct. For the record, Sandra Pereira, Regulatory Supervisor with Up County, and that is correct. The project does not require LATR at this point. This is a new site plan application for a drive-through that was not approved with the original approval. So as part of our review, we have certain findings of approval that we need to make, one of which is pedestrian and bicycle circulation is safe, adequate, and efficient within the property and connecting to the surrounding network. So in this case, as we illustrated in the slides, there's a gap, there's a missing link, which the project is going to complete along their frontage, and then there's still a remaining portion that needs to be completed. And so that's what we're asking this applicant to complete, to provide safe, adequate, and efficient pedestrian and bicycle circulation. And just 1 second, we also have a couple slides that I was hoping to show you to show how we sort of tackled this issue with the applicant throughout the review. We started out with recommendations for a sidewalk. In addition, well, first was a continuation of the shared use path off-site to the road to the south, but that was not possible to accomplish because of existing grades, slopes, retaining walls, and infrastructure. So we compromised with a sidewalk and a bike lane on the road, which we thought would provide adequate circulation for pedestrians and bikers. But that was also not feasible for the applicant because of costs and other constraints. So we finally compromised with just an on-road bike facility separated from the road. And so we wanted to make it as safe as possible. And the way to make it as safe as possible is to have a concrete barrier, which we have several examples that could be used to accomplish that goal.
And other parts of the site, do they have concrete barriers? I mean,
Other parts of the site have a shared use path.
Okay, that's separate from the road.
That's separate from the road, so it's behind the curb.
Okay.
And so this would be the location that is on road.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Great. Any questions and comments?
My question is that, if there is a difference between $25,000 to $110 for something that they're not required to do, and they are doing it to provide, some of the requirement, is there any way that we could accommodate something simpler within the same cost of $25,000 that they don't have to go through the cost? I truly believe that Chick-fil-A is a good amenity. And I just saw the design of the site is beautiful. So that would add to the quality of the, other restaurants and the food court that they have. That gives them another option that is a good quality food and would be good not only for people that they shop, also for people that they live around there. But the only question I have is that since they are doing it without being required and they're willing to spend the $25,000, is there any way possible to come to something that you feel more comfortable than FlexPoint that doesn't require $110,000? I really don't know. To me, I'm a civil engineer. I'm thinking that why can't we just get some of these precast concrete, not to do any cutting or anything. They just bringing, instead of doing the FlexPoint, just put those, like the one that we have on picture 2, and just bolt them in the place. That wouldn't be costly. Talking about how many linear foot? 300?
It's a 300. We actually, staff had provided this to us yesterday, so we'd have a ton of time to be looking at it. But we did we had Bowler evaluate and look at some of these other options. And it's still upwards of $60,000 to $75,000.
Even number 2 is that expensive?
Yes. I think the issue is, and Bowler and, Cole and Bob can talk more about it, there's just more involved than, as a layperson kind of looking at it, I would think the same thing. But I just wanted to take a step back. I hear what staff is saying in terms of kind of the various improvements that they would like to have. But I think Chick-fil-A and we as a team feel like this is not even required of this applicant. we are not subject to LATR. The analysis, traffic analysis that was done previously included the trips for Chick-fil-A. So we do not have an off-site requirement for this project. But Chick-fil-A did hear staff's concerns about having this missing link, and they're willing to do something out here. And then Simon is here to say, we will, if there's something that if staff and the county wants in the future, when that residential area that was specifically excluded from the site plan, that frontage is redeveloped, more can be done. But at least at this point, in terms of the flex posts that are proposed, the county's own policies have accepted flex posts as safe and efficient. I mean, the adopted policies that are on the books today show flex post as Mr. Dryden had explained. So we're not asking for something that's outside of what is safe. It's actually the county's own policies that we're implementing, that we have to look at in terms of implementation.
Do you know when the new development site, is there any timeline?
We don't. We don't know, but we have kind of carved out
Yes, I
the
understand.
area to allow for it.
Well, I was hoping that maybe with a combination of maybe flex post and some of these number 2 or something, we could achieve something that is more reasonable and, acceptable to us to work it out, that not to be 110, bring the cost a little bit lower, that we could achieve and satisfy both concerns.
And I think that you hit the nail on the head, that of course, we don't have any way to kind of evaluate the costs that they're telling us right now. But I think we showed a number of options, and I think what they're showing is probably the gold standard, or what they're telling us in terms of the price. So I do believe there's an option, and whether or not that's a mix of flex posts, which my understanding is that we don't accept flex posts anymore. At least that's what I'm hearing from my transportation reviewers, is we just don't accept those anymore. Whether that's in the standards or not, I think, and as a policy, those change over time because they evaluate what's the safest need and what's not the safest need. But I do believe this image here really does show that there's an option. There's many options that could be that could be had on this site.
Could we, I do not know if that's a possibility, that we say you work it out and we put on, an approximate amount, maybe up to $30,000, not to go over $30,000, and come up with some kind of solution and let the project go. I don't know if that's a possibility. I think the main issue in here is cost.
Yeah, and I guess also it's equity, to kind of just put that back into the discussion, is that I almost feel like the good deed has gotten punished. We probably should have just said, we're sorry, we're not required to do anything but our frontage, and that would have been the conversation. But again, Chick-fil-A offered to do something, and again, the cap that's out there in terms of if we were subject to LATR is about what they're proposing to do on the site, off-site already. So I guess I would suggest is what Chick-fil-A is already offering is above and beyond kind of the objective standards that we would typically, if we were kind of doing due diligence, that would not be within our realm of what we would think we would tell Chick-fil-A that they have to be responsible for, because we would have looked at the bike master plan, and the bike master plan says that the developer is responsible for the frontage, the improvements for bikeway in front of the property. Simon has already done all this bike improvements and pet improvements as part of the original site plan, so candidly, we would have thought we wouldn't have to do anything, but we understand that the bike master plan was adopted subsequent to those approvals. So we understand that that does guide the frontage improvements. So Chick-fil-A has offered to do that, and we are in agreement with staff as to what that would look like. It's really this off-site that's the issue. And I'm concerned about suggesting that we do something else when we know that our engineers have already looked at it. And we just don't think that there's any option that's going to get you to that point. We really would like some finality, if that's possible, in terms of the suggestion that we have.
Yeah, can I just ask first just a clarifying question? So the adjacent property that may develop at some point in the future for residential, does that include the entire property to the southwest between Cabin Branch and the road we're discussing, that entire kind of rectangular piece?
It does.
So hypothetically, in the future, that develops, they would be responsible for frontage improvements between the Chick-fil-A site and Wellspring Avenue?
Yes, that is correct, and those would be the final improvements. Currently, we are discussing interim improvements.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it was Commissioner Pettit who asked this. I know that there's no like active plan for that site. It does seem like there's pretty significant grading constraints. You know, admittedly, I haven't been on that exact road, Wellspring, or the one that we're talking about here, but I have been on Clarksburg, and it's pretty clear to see that, you know, I think it goes pretty steeply down from Cabin Branch down to the parking lot down there. I mean, do we think that's a viable place to build housing in the future? I mean, could that be in the plans?
Rich Kelly with Simon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, members of the board. We are actively marketing that site. It will take some creativity, for sure. One of the proposals that we've seen is using the grade to accommodate lower level parking accessed from Gosnell Farms Road, and then on a podium essentially above that parking units, residential units that would then meet the grade of Cabin Branch. So earth would need to be excavated, for sure. But that's why we see the viability of constructing the permanent shared use path under that project, because there will be a lot of earthwork movement, utility relocations, the other things that will be necessary to construct that shared use path. It's a developable site, but it will take some creativity.
Yeah. Yeah, understood. This is a tricky one, obviously. You know, we want the highest quality, we want the safest facilities. In this case, it's not explicitly required per LATR or any other off-site conditions. And we have the possibility of a future development that could take care of this in a permanent condition, but we don't know when or whether that happens for sure. It's also a 300-foot stretch of the roadway, which, you know, connects to a fairly safe facility from another fairly safe facility on the southeast side. I think that I'm personally, and acknowledge, you know, flex posts are absolutely not protection, like 100% not protection. And I don't think we should pretend like it is a safe facility. I think that we should probably update our guidelines. You know, you're certainly right, you're referencing the right materials. I think those materials need to be updated to reflect actual safe conditions and what kind of biking on a 25-mile-an-hour roadway feels like for an 8-year-old, you know? It doesn't feel like a 1 if there's only plastic between a car and them. So I take your point that, you know, it meets county requirements as they stand today per LTS. I think that the larger point, which is that they're doing something when they didn't have to do anything in an interim condition while we wait for a more permanent condition on a relatively short stretch of street, you know, is a little bit more persuasive in my mind, especially if we kind of think about it in the sense of a precedent, looking forward to other sites that have maybe similar situations. We don't want to, you know, create additional. We don't want to create additional costs that, you know, in other cases may inhibit, you know, more housing, more affordable housing. So I 100% acknowledge this isn't desirable. I think that in this case, I'm comfortable with flex posts as an interim condition. I'm not sure if we can even kind of potentially put in the condition like when the adjacent site develops, we expect kind of a much higher quality material and protection, but I think that's where I'm leaning now, but I want to hear what others think.
If I may.
I have
Sorry.
further. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if I may, we could probably put that in the findings, just to say, you know, as we look towards future development on the pad site, that we would be expecting those improvements to be continued. I'd also like to just offer a little dialogue in terms of, I think, you know, there's always been a a little bit of a balancing act when we have pad sites that remain for a big development. And this development has been going on for, I don't know, 15 years probably. And, you know, we also have new functional plans, new master plans that offer and provide new recommended improvements. It could be infrastructure and other things. So, you know, typically, when pad sites like this come in, we're looking at kind of what's not been completed or what needs to be completed based on the new functional plans or the new master plans. And so that's always kind of our starting point. And so we as staff do feel like we've compromised quite a bit in looking at kind of what are the safest improvements. So you talk about cost and equity. I think safety should be up there kind of before even those two items come in. And that's where we started, just to provide the board some commentary.
100%. And I agree. And I, you know, really appreciate those comments too. And also that just staff kind of, you know, doing what's necessary to push the ball forward on safety, because we do have a like legitimate safety crisis on streets throughout the county. And, you know, it's hard to make these changes. And these are, like, admittedly, these are moments in time where we either kind of make a decision to move the ball forward or not. And so I acknowledge that too. And I should have mentioned that you know, to Commissioner Pedoweem's point before, I do wonder if, you know, we heard from the applicant that the images, for example, that show different types of concrete barriers, they saw that a little bit last minute before this hearing and maybe didn't have a chance to kind of fully evaluate the cost implications of those. I do think that there's a big range of costs between kind of 110,000 concrete, like solid concrete for 300 linear feet and flex posts at 24K. I'm not sure if the county has, I guess, material preferences or typical materials that are standard for use. But, you know, things that aren't necessarily concrete but have been used in other places, like the zebra barriers that you'll see in some places that are a little bit lower to the, like, still provide some vertical protection, but a little bit lower to the ground, not concrete, but still a sturdy material. Those have been used in some places. I just wonder if there's more options that could sort of fall between 24K and 110K that might be amenable to the applicant in some form.
And Bowler might be able to respond further, because they actually, even though we didn't have a lot of time, they did basically dig into it a little bit, looking at each one of these options. I mean, just to kind of give you a sense, the Jersey wall option is like $360,000.
Yeah.
You know, and then going back down, the one on the right, I think was about 60 to 75,000.
Yeah, so the one on the top right, number 2, that one's a little tougher to find the information on. You got to get quotes and stuff. But from what we found, is probably in the $50,000 to $75,000 range, which is splitting the difference of that 110 and 25, but still a significant increase. The bottom right, or bottom left, number 3, that's the 110,000. Number 4 is just not feasible. And number 5 is probably, I mean, that's a mix of what we have and the number 4 down there, or 3.
Yeah.
And that's also probably in the $40,000 to $50,000 range, so double the cost of what we were proposing originally.
Yeah.
So, and they all provide different levels of safety, right? You know, so.
I have a comment.
Yeah, please.
In taking into consideration Attorney Silver's comment with regards to equity, and then Mr. Cronenberg's foresight with regards to contingency and plan development. So it's like we're guesstimating that there was going to be residential built there, and that in the event there is residential built there, that Chick-fil-A bear the burden of providing a safe roadway on their own, and that the future development doesn't necessarily have to contribute to that cost. And so I see that equity argument, and I understand it. And so when we look at what is there now and what the expectation would be, I think Mr. Cronenberg's thought or comment with regards to contingent improvement in the event there is development there, I think it would be a good compromise. And so the fact that Simon's engineer is contemplating possible future development, that the flex post would be installed currently, but maybe in the future, it would have to share the Chick-fil-A and/or a developer may have to share the costs with the installation of a concrete wall in the future. Or the developer who would put in a future residential site would have to bear the cost on their own. And so I see the equity argument. But in terms of the project itself, I'd like to just tell you the things that I like about it. Number one, I like that there's going to be no ingress and egress from Clarksburg Road. That was one of the things I was concerned about. And it looks as though you all have put a great forethought into left turn exit, and one exit to the north of the pad site is just for exit, and then entrance and exit is to the south side of the site. I'm very familiar with the shopping center there, and I know on the weekends it can get kind of hectic. And if you had an entrance from Clarksburg Road, that whole place would get clogged up. But hopefully there can be some kind of thoughtful compromise on this to get it done. Thanks.
Yeah, so last one, my last question, and then I'd like Commissioner Hedrick to just again, I didn't have an answer. Is the applicant required to do these off-site improvements? If you look at are they required to do these off-site improvements?
So not as part of LATR. As part of the site plan findings, for safe, adequate, and efficient pedestrian and bicycle circulation, we had asked for these improvements. I think if we leave it with flex posts, we can still make the findings as an interim improvement. It's just not as safe or not best practice from a safety perspective.
Okay, so, okay, go ahead.
No, Commissioner Linden caught, I think, most of what I would have said. Like, I want the flex posts are not safe. They're just not, and they don't produce the level of comfort necessary. But this is an extension and interim improvement, and I think that's reasonable to expect at this point. And I think that as an interim condition of improvement, I think it's reasonable to go with extending the bikeway, connecting it, and installing flex posts. Is better than nothing.
Can I just add one thing to it? I do trust the judgment of all of you guys sitting there, okay? I do, really I do. So I agree, and I would support what Commissioner Henderson said. I just put something that maybe while you're designing it, you can come with a combination of some design that provide more safety. Just think about it. If we could save one injury, is worth additional $5,000 or $10,000 over the $25,000 that you are pursuing. So we could approve it as interim, but I leave it to the engineer's judgment to work, maybe, I do not know if it's possible, with staff to come with a solution that we are not asking you to spend, $100,000, but if it is a few $1,000s more than that and create a much safety, and I understand that you are not required, I understand all of those. But now that you have accepted, you might as well make it the safest that possible within the budget that is possible for you guys. And if you could come up with, okay, I'm looking at this one, that at the bottom right, that they have the flexible post and they have some of those things. Maybe we could get a few extra of those and put, in some between to create a little bit more safety. Any additional safety is welcome to protect the bikers, because it could be our son, it could be our daughter, it could be our brother that is driving there. We want to make sure that they're safe. That's it.
Can I ask one additional question? Not to belabor this point at this stage, but is there a reason why that roadway has to be 3 lanes at all, at that stretch? I mean, I think there's more opportunities here to, one way to increase safety is just a larger buffer. And it appears that now, and I know there were images of what the configuration was going to be, and I apologize, I don't remember exactly what it was. Right now, the middle lane's a turn lane. I highly doubt the traffic on that little street justifies a middle turn lane separate from the main through lane of traffic. So could one possibility be just to go to 2 lanes with a much larger buffer to accommodate a little bit more safe conditions with the two-way bike lane?
Yes, so the south side of the Gosnell Farm Drive with the installation of the bike lane and the buffer, it's supposed to transition into a two-way road. So it's supposed to be one 11-foot wide travel lanes. So that portion specifically is supposed to transition into 2 lanes, whereas I believe and the applicant can up on this more, the other portion of Gosnell Farm Drive will remain 3 travel lanes.
So just to clarify, does that mean it's not feasible, or does that just mean that was the original justification?
Looks like when it gets down to Wellspring, it is 2 lanes.
Yeah, just this is Nick Dribbin with Lenhart Traffic. Just to clarify, so coming in from Clarksburg Road, it is 4 lanes all the way through past the site frontage, and then it transitions to really a 2-lane section. There are some turn lanes within the section of Gosnell Farm Drive, including a turn lane if you're going, I guess, sort of northwestbound. There's a left turn lane into the site, which I think is an important left turn lane just to clear. I mean, Chick-fil-A does generate, a fair amount of peak hour traffic, and I think just keeping that traffic separate. But within the section that we're discussing, that small left turn lane is really the only section where it's a 3-lane section. Otherwise, it is 2. And what Bowler has done with their design is they've, in coordination with staff, they've pinched down some of the medians and taken away, some of the lane width, which will help to reduce speeds naturally. And use that to provide the buffer and the bike facility that's being provided. So I don't know that there's an opportunity to change that section that we're discussing in terms of the functionality of it beyond what's already being proposed.
What about if we paint the bike lane? Because we have many of the bike lane around, Great Seneca, Biotech area. They have painted red or, we have seen other places green, and there is no flex point, there is no nothing. It's just striping and solid painting that it just comes to your face. So visually provide awareness from drivers that there is a bike lane there. I don't know if that's expensive or not.
I believe that it increases costs. I'm not sure that increases safety, but we would not oppose to it if the applicant wants to do it.
Well, yeah, that's a good question. One of the things, though, if we put the flex posts, who will maintain them?
Simon has the privilege as the owner of those roads.
So you will maintain, because they from time to time, they get hit and knocked down or bent over and stuff. That's the responsibility of the shopping center owner?
It is, and we'll order some attic stock to replace those quickly.
Okay, and
I should say Mr. Whitley will order some attic stock for us to replace those quickly, but yes.
But there will be, the lane will be delineated, there will be, the boundary of the lane will be delineated. Okay, all right, so this is I think there's the support to, given the applicant is not responsible for putting in that, but to create at least a visualization that is for a separated area for biking or whatever, and then the flex posts, we would agree to flex posts. And I think when we update these master plans, like the pedestrian master plan and master plan of bikeways, everything else doesn't get upgraded? I mean, so it's, I'm just in general, a standard or something like that. Does that not happen or no?
So in this case, and probably many others, you have a functional master plan or one that's for a bicycle, like a bicycle master plan that came after, let's just say the Clarksburg master plan or some of the older ones. And so you don't necessarily update those older master plans, the functional plans, act as kind of the new, new language, new proposals for that master plan. So they do get kind of subsumed or incorporated into those master plans. And it, from a staff perspective, and I think from the applicant as well, it's very hard to track. You know, so you have to look at multiple master plans or functional plans to make sure that you're capturing all the right pieces into it.
Okay, great. So unless, I would recommend, is there a motion to approve the staff report amended by, with the clarification of what the applicant is recommending to use flex posts as that off-site bike lane? Is there any, okay.
I think I would move to approve this with the change condition for flex posts, with the added proposal that that entire stretch goes down from the southern entrance to the site down to Wellspring Ave. That section is just converted to 2 lanes and add a much wider buffer for the bike lane in that section. Changing paint on a road can easily be reconfigured in the future. I know it's a cost to change paint, but this is intended to be an interim condition anyway. And, you know I heard the justification that, Chick-fil-A generates a certain amount of traffic. That's certainly true. But turn lanes separate from a through lane, I think requires a little bit more than just the level of traffic that we're seeing here on this kind of site. So I would add, I would propose that kind of motion. It acknowledges that flex posts are not sufficient on their own, not even close. So we're proposing a wider buffer between the bike lanes and two-way traffic. And yeah, I would, I want to, how do others feel about that?
That in answer to that, I just don't know what is the traffic count. And if the Gosnell Farm Drive, and it looks like that there are 2 entrances to the shopping center, and this is one of the entrances in and out from the shopping center. I don't know without that.
Well, it looks like, going north, there's 2 lanes going north, 1 lane going south until it consolidates to 2 lanes closer to Wellspring Ave. And it, yeah. So coming south, there's a dedicated left turn lane and then a through lane and a right lane into the site. So it doesn't appear to me that going to 2 lanes would create any conflicts with existing movements in that area. We obviously don't know what the exact traffic count is. I understand that there's no traffic studies, no traffic study required. Yeah, but that's my
Maybe the applicant has position.
Well, 1 second.
Yeah, again, Nick Dribbin with Lenhart Traffic. I mean, the concern that I would have with that is just that it hasn't been evaluated. That's the only left turn if you're coming northwest bound into Chick-fil-A. The only way to get in there from that direction is to turn left at that first driveway.
Yeah.
And so, to me, without having evaluated the numbers, I can tell you the peak hour trip generation for Chick-fil-A is hundreds. We're not talking about tens of vehicles, and obviously some percentage of those are going to be coming from that direction. And as Commissioner Bartley mentioned, on weekends this is a busy road, so it may work, but we haven't evaluated it, and having a condition that requires that would be concerning to me, given that we don't know what the implications are for that section. Everything we've done to date has assumed that there is a left turn lane into the site.
So I'm not sure what you're recommending. I thought that on this, can you just point out where they showed the road lanes before, not on this one, but another one, you showed all the lanes proposed coming in and out of the...
If you go back to our screen.
Mr. Chair, Matthew Mills, General Counsel's Office. It might be more appropriate or feasible, I think, we could put a condition in that requires the applicant to work with the staff to explore the feasibility of doing that. I understand what Commissioner Linden is saying, absolutely. It's just, in my experience, and I've been doing this for a while now, the law of unintended consequences can kick in when you sort of start re-engineering sites
Understand.
from the dais. So it gets.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
No, I understand, but I just didn't understand exactly where you were talking about going this two-lane
Yeah,
piece.
so basically removing that lane entirely, just having one lane.
I do have some, excuse me, I do have some order of magnitude volumes here that we had evaluated. So coming southbound, these are Saturday volumes coming southbound along Gosnell Farm Drive. Order of magnitude during the peak hour is roughly 800 vehicles. Sorry, excuse me, it's about 650 vehicles. I'm doing the math in my head on the fly. It's about 650 vehicles coming south, and that would be opposing 144 vehicles trying to turn into the Chick-fil-A site from that direction. So it's, back of the envelope type calculation. I would be hesitant to
Yeah,
make
but just to
that
clarify, peak hour, so over the course of 60 minutes, 144 going north.
turning into
Turning into the site.
into the site specifically.
Over a 60-minute period, so a little bit more than 2 a minute.
Correct.
Okay.
So, yeah, so given what, Mr. Mills, what you said, I'm fine with evaluating, but I would be okay with, in looking at, but I would be okay if that did not, but I would prefer just to say that, to go with what the staff, what the applicant is recommending, and I'm sorry, what you said? No, I would, given where we are today, I would, given the length of time that they've been going through this process, that, and given they are not required to do any off-site improvement, this is what I hear, to go with what staff has recommended with the change condition of allowing the bollards for that off-site position, off-site portion, okay? And is there a recommendation for that?
Yeah, I'll change my motion to recommend working with staff to explore the redesign in that way. So I guess to recap the whole motion, support, move to approve with the changed recommendation, with the change condition for the flex posts with the buffer, and work with staff to reconsider the drive alignment on that stretch between the southern entrance and Wellspring Ave. If feasible.
I'll second that.
Is there a motion? And all in favor?
Oh, yeah.
Aye. All in favor?
Oh, aye.
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 Now, do we understand, do you understand
I don't
what we?
understand what
Okay.
the, I don't understand what the, because no.
So just to clarify.
But who is deciding if feasible? I don't understand. So that's the issue.
Well, I think the intention is for the applicant to work with staff to determine if it is feasible. That's all. And if it is determined to be feasible, then maybe something could be done about it at a later point. But I think that's all that was intended for right now. I understood the motion to be flex posts are okay, and explore the feasibility of reducing it from 3 lanes to 2.
Right.
That does not require anything more than a conversation.
I was just, if I may, I'd like just to add one piece. Based on the numbers that the applicant's team just provided us here, of the turning movements into the site, I think it's going to be challenging to remove that turning lane into the site. And so rather than dragging this further, it may be helpful just to have some conclusion
Okay, so.
to this.
Yeah, so if staff is a technical expert here, I have to, and if your transportation feels that it is not feasible, then I think we should just go ahead and, yeah.
I think, for the sake of concluding this, I think that's fine. I just want to make the point, just to get on my soapbox one last time, and then we can finish the day and we can all go home and obviously Chick-fil-A is going to build this project. When we talk about traffic patterns, these are always done, as we heard, and he's exactly right. These are done as peak hour calculations. For the rest of the day, this street, like many streets in the area, will be dramatically under volume. They will be overbuilt streets. But those are times a day when people will be walking, they will be biking. But we build our infrastructure based on peak hour calculations. It's how we've done it for decades and decades and decades. And I understand the reason why, because the same way that you want to make sure that a parking lot has sufficient capacity for the day after Thanksgiving or the days leading up to the holidays, it's like you have to plan for the edge case. But that's not how we should do things anymore. And I understand that's a broader conversation. And to our point earlier, it's like we have these decision points where we can either decide to kind of move the needle in a different direction or just continue with the status quo. And I understand that like the peak hour may require a certain configuration, and then for 80% of the other time throughout the day, it'll be less safe for everyone else. So I wanted to make that point. And then, I'm happy kind of removing that from the motion, and we'll just continue with flex posts and the 2.5-foot buffer, and and go ahead and approve.
So we need to change the amendment.
Yeah, Commissioner, I would view it as a personal favor if you would restate your motion at this point, please.
No problem. So
Thank you.
Move to approve with a changed condition for flex posts with a 2.5-foot buffer.
Is there?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you, and.
Do you have a forest conservation?
Oh, sorry. Okay, let's go to forest conservation. Is there a motion for approval of the forest conservation plan, final forest conservation plan, F20240003A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
I move to approve the final forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. I think if there's nothing else on the agenda, our planning board meeting for today is complete. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.